Welcome to today's continuation of Kirby and the Forgotten Land. This will be our second sitting with the game, and we will be proceeding to World 2 after completing World 1 with all of the available Waddle Dees in the previous broadcast. So, let's continue. So, you'll notice that with the continuation of a new file, it drops you right into town when Waddle Dees are returning. We've seen what we want to see here for the time being, though, I think, so we'll just continue and head back to the beach. Okay, let's fly out of here, and with everything done over there, I'm only kind of mildly paying attention to what our companion there is saying about the ocean looking beautiful. But we're going to hear some steel drums, as is so typical for tropical Nintendo. And we can attempt the normal treasure first as a bit of a warm-up, or we can proceed to the beach. Let's maybe start with this. Sweet success, invincible rampage. So far we have been claiming all of the bonus objectives as well, like the time check on the treasure roads. They just give cash though, not anything critical other than the pride of completionism as far as I know, so... oh, I guess... yeah, let's see what this is going to work out to be. So we're going to hit the 4 buttons and then... I see, so they just bump you around and you have to grab the lollipop and clear everything. I see. So, but probably just run straight to the goal past all of these blocking pieces. So yeah, we just needed to do the whole thing a little more cleanly, and we are going to be a little over the benchmark. Like I said, we don't need the bonus objective in order to collect critical pieces like the rare stones. But we have been keeping up with it so far, so we might as well stick with it and try to finesse a true 100% as we go along, since we've been on pace to do that so far. So let's head back in. Try it once more. Yeah, we weren't too far off the time. I mean, we just need to be a little more precise with this, perhaps. And inhaling is not something these guys take kindly to, so we'll just try not to do too much of that. I probably should have used the slide power a little more strategically here, but we should have bought enough time to head straight to the lollipop by one of the shorter paths possible and proceed from there. Yeah, the slide power is something that we really should have seriously considered before this. It seems to operate a little bit differently when you do have the invincible star, though. In that I tried to slide and it seemed to read that as a dodge, but that's okay. Let's not dwell on it too much now that we've hit the target time. And nothing else is going to unlock for the time being. We can scan around for things to search, of course. The search button did just pop up here. Ah, there we go. And that's just more of the coin of the realm. That's going to open something else up. Let's see if this is a power we know how to use yet. Stairs Mouth, yes, of course. I was just wondering in the previous stream of World 1 whether Stairs Mouth would eventually get a challenge of its own, and so I'm quite happy to see that it does. I think everything will, in the long run, have an associated challenge with it, all of the different mouthful powers. But let's step it up. 145. I assume we'll be using the stairs both as a crushing piece as well as a platform that is placeable. Okay. And yeah, fall over, hit the button, and then climb. We probably should have climbed on the right side in order to save time. Oh no, you need to crush them both at the same time. Okay, yeah, let's try again. Yeah, the buttons do have to be pressed simultaneously, so let's keep that in mind. Do a bit of a crush here. And head out. That's precisely what it's going to teach you. And we got stairs in multiple configurations. We actually did need this piece. Oh, I see, because the spit is going to go like that. Yeah, if you spit out, it's going to go this way, unless you take a piece like this. So the spit that places the stairs is always going to travel in the direction that the stairs are facing. Let's learn this whole segment first before we I try to go for the time then, because I am still picking up a few new nuances about this mechanic. So yeah, we'll just complete everything we can, just so we know what the route is going to be. Looks like we'll need to crush everything with that piece. And yeah, we know that we can't sort of back into something like that, so we'll have to figure out a route here, and then this one I feel like we could probably just fall over and crush everything this way. But there is going to be some other constraint to it that we don't quite know about yet, so yeah, this one I'm pretty confident should go here. But stuff like this, well, we'll have to think about that. So yeah, welcome Meng. Meng, you were here yesterday, making a point of what horrors await us here with swallowing the staircases, and here we are, swallowing some more, so. Looks like the stairs are kind of invulnerable to this guy. Yeah, we need to find a much better path if we are going for the speed time in this room. And yeah, as we found out before, the fact that this is in the bottom left corner means that actually we do need the downward-facing staircase in that position, since either the upward-facing one or the rightward-facing one is going to miss. Let's try to solve this quickly so we can actually plan out the route for doing the rest. Luca, welcome. So yeah, this is going to have to go up. The other vertical staircase will go here. We have to keep in mind that Kirby can also just jump over directly. And that this will be the route. We'll just barely make the time, but we'll need to do it all over again for the speed route. Anyway, we'll just barely make it. And it seems like there's more. Nope, there isn't. There we are. So yeah, we're off by a whole minute, but that's okay. We have the solutions now. It's just a matter of running through it cleanly. It seems like the main thing we've learned about this segment is just that there are some positional constraints on where you can dispense with the stairs as you drop them. In that you can't have the bottom of the stairs land on a corner or an edge where you're standing. Which does make for some interesting puzzles, as we see here. I wonder if powers like this will eventually get some kind of 5-star class challenge associated with them. That might be interesting in its own way. Anyway, let's fall over, because that's what stairs do. I think once you map out the solution for the last room, that the time constraints should really not be too much of an issue here. And then... yeah. Oh, this is a bad idea. Yeah, no, we misplayed this already. Let's redo this. That was bad planning. We will have to pick up and drop pieces over the course of a few moves. It will take a little bit of planning. And then, yep, there we go. Yeah, so we want to kind of move this piece out first. Then we want to move this guy over here. We want to move this one over to the top corner. We grab this guy. And I don't know if there's much of a way to do this faster, but we'll take it. 2:20 on the clock. Yeah, let's just knock out what we can. This is going to go on the bottom once we have a chance to do it. I'm totally getting stuck here. Yeah, no, you do actually have to take account the spacing here. So this may actually be tricky. We need to map out this route. I'm not going to make the time this time, but this one should definitely go here. And I think instead of dispensing with the blocks this way, we should maybe take some of these other pieces up immediately and take this one on the right all the way to the left. Yeah, because this piece here has to go in the top left. Yeah, let's just try it again. I think I have an approach. So is a 3-minute timer, 1 minute 45 target, so 1:15 left on the clock is going to be par. So as long as we have 1:15 left on the clock at the end, we will be fine. And yeah, this is going to take a little bit of puzzling out. And, which is pretty neat as a time puzzle interaction. I don't know if I actually managed to push that switch. Let's find out the hard way. Because it seems like I'm kind of in a halfway position. I totally didn't manage to get it. That was off center. Let's do it properly. Trying to take too many shortcuts here. Yep, and the spit actually does project the stairs quite far ahead of you as you drop them, so... Anyway. Grab this guy. Move it down right away. Grab this guy. We'll be careful to actually stand along the edge this time. And let's see what we can do here. Okay. There we go. Whoops. No, did I jump under? Yeah, no, that's fine. Couldn't quite see from the camera what I was doing there. Okay, this is already a bad idea. And here's why. I've already messed up this next piece. Yeah, I've already messed up this piece that's on the top right. That's okay, we have basically 40 seconds. Yeah, no, I really need to route this, though, instead of coming back repeatedly. Yeah, this needs to go in the top right. This needs to go in the bottom left. For sure, otherwise we just won't have the space to work with it. Hang on. We just didn't map out the order to do this optimally. And we should actually be using the sideways jump here, perhaps. No, but the main issue is that if we get this guy in position right away, then we have trouble with this staircase being obstructed on its way up. So the bottom left one does have to go to top center fairly quickly. Anyway, let's drop it. Okay, drop. This one, I don't know if we can do it much faster than we're already managing. Let's drop it here. And try this again. Okay, there we go. Next room at 225. So yes, this... We just need to move it out if we can. I feel like we need to move a couple of pieces out of the way to really do this. Otherwise, we don't really have room. Yeah, because this gets blocked. We actually just needed to move these pieces over further, I think. Yeah, hang on. Already messed this one up already, but let's see if we can salvage it within 40 seconds. We actually just needed to move this further. That's all there is to it. Once you create some more room on the left side, then everything is clear. So let's see how close we can get to the benchmark. This needs to go right away, pretty much. Okay. This needs to go here. Yeah, we'll be off the target time, but how much, we don't know. And then this one goes to the top left. So the main optimization that I needed to make was to just move those pieces further along and shove them out of the way. However, we could also just have moved this vertical piece, rather than matching one that's downward facing, here right away and saved ourselves a few steps. The main issue being that you kind of need to stomp on a few things along the way. So we are off by about 30 seconds. That's still a pretty considerable span to narrow down, but we'll figure that out. It's been satisfying to work on this one, so even if it is just going to give me a bonus of 50 coins at the end, that is fine. It's been interesting to map out a solution as we go. And there might be some kind of shortcut mechanic that we just don't know about yet, but I think mostly this is just going to be an ordering puzzle. Which, from a speed perspective, is interesting. In that while you are against a timer, it is like one of those puzzles that is challenging you rather to do things in the fewest possible moves, which I always find to be pretty interesting in the games where that exists. Since we are playing a HAL Laboratories game, one game that this does remind me of is Box Boy on the 3DS. And there's a whole Box Boy trilogy on the 3DS that will become unobtainable, I think, once we are... well, there's a Box Boy 1 and 2, yeah. I believe it is going to become unobtainable once we have the shutdown of the Wii U and 3DS eShops, which is really pretty unfortunate. Drop this guy here right away. We'll move this up. But the reason I mentioned Box Boy is not only because it's from the same developer, but because there are some pretty interesting fewest move challenge mechanics in it. It's basically a puzzle platformer where you play as an extensible series of boxes. Very elegant. Okay, we should be able to make the time here as long as I play through this cleanly. It is going to be tight. Yeah, I don't know if this is the best way to do it. It's going to be a little bit close here. "18 seconds. We should just barely make it. There we go. There is a Box Boy game on the Switch as well, Box Boy plus Box Girl. But I don't know much about it apart from the fact that it has a pretty substantial co-op campaign, as far as I know. And yeah, a lot of the HAL Laboratories games outside of the Kirby series are typically pretty interesting but lesser known. Like one that I haven't played is Part-Time UFO, which was originally on mobile and also was ported to Switch, which I'm told is quite interesting. And I feel like it's something that's under discussed, like the relation between some of those other HAL games to the Kirby series, in terms of some of the shared ideas about high score challenge design and puzzle layouts and so on. But let's get back into the platforming levels themselves, starting with the Abandoned Beach, our first level in Everbay Coast. So there will be 3 hidden Waddle Dees in this one, and 3 unknown challenges. Alright. Well, this beach doesn't look so abandoned to me. It looks like there's quite a lot going on. It'll be interesting to see what we have in terms of copy abilities that are new, of course. And as usual, Kirby entering the water, as with many of the classic games of the series, does take on a slightly different form here, just for the safety of having a flotation device. So you can kick this thing around and eventually break it after 3 hits. Okay, and it is going to be a knock-knock nut. We probably should have kicked it against this thing, but that's okay. We can probably just grab this power instead, and we have a bomb. Didn't look like the bomb guy. Didn't look like a hobby. So we'll have multiple sources of certain powers like that one. And notice that you can use the bomb in the water while swimming. That seems to be something important here, because we are going to try to knock that guy out. Oh, I should have picked up Cutter, actually, because we do have access to the additional Cutter power. I feel like there might be some kind of challenge for dealing with this guy before we hit the Warp Star. Maybe that required the Cutter. I'm guessing that landing on him is a bad idea. But we're going to do it anyway, because... Oh! Whoops. Okay, we need to get out of there. I wonder if you can kind of bait him and then drop a bomb. Uh-oh. This has got to be a challenge, right? Oh, that cracked open a nut. I didn't even see that happen. This has got to be something doable. Except, so... Yeah, we need to double tap in order to drop the bomb. Okay. We can do it. We can do it. No. Timing needs to be better. I feel like we can totally do it. Okay. Yeah, just need to get in position and get ahead of him, maybe. I mean, this might not be anything, but it just looks so suspicious. One thing, though, is that doing anything with this might seem to require a bomb. You wouldn't be able to do this with a Cutter power, for instance, so perhaps this is not something worth trying, but no. There isn't much time to do this, though, because I need to... Oh, Head overshot, okay. Yeah, because you need to kind of bait him out. Maybe I just need to drop some of this ahead of... What if I just hit him directly? Knock him on his side. He's not flashing or anything. Doesn't seem to be taking damage. But come on, if he's going to open a gaping mouth like that, you would think. No. But I don't have much time to back out of the center there when he does that. Whoops. Oh, that didn't go well. Alright, let's just go on, and if the achievement does reveal itself to be one of the hidden things we can do, we'll just do it. Maybe he was just guarding that position. So far we haven't encountered too many things like that that do require a specific copy ability. This game so far has been pretty flexible about letting you pick the ability you want. Anyway, these are the ones we've upgraded previously. We've got Volcano and we've got Chakram. We did play Volcano against the Gorilla boss earlier, and we haven't really seen Chakram in action other than just trying it out briefly, so let's do Chakram. And Chakram, we can... Whoops. Yeah, we can just kind of hold position here with the boomerang and... reposition myself and knock him out that way. That's quite a good bit of damage. Whoops, need to get out. Okay, I did lose my power here. Let's get it back. And we'll just spam a few projectiles at the very end. And then let's pick up the hammer. Okay, this is our first time with a hammer. Let's figure out the moveset. You've got a charge. You've got spam, which just gives you the third hit like that. Dashing, I don't think it gives you anything. It just gives you a forward attack. Oh, that's interesting. That if you hold into a forward swing, then you can actually charge up this attack. Holding forward into a charge is something that I actually haven't tried with very many other powers so far, so it's kind of nice to see that we're still discovering new kinds of input that we can do as we are trying these abilities. So this is the aerial, this is the forward aerial. And yeah, hold charge, it's just the same as regular charge except you can hold into it, so you get a little bit of movement if you kind of press into it. I think if you begin the charge, you can still move into the charge, and then that ability just allows you to squat over and do what you will. You cannot climb the trees in this game. I'm always tempted to because I have been playing a little bit of Breath of the Wild again lately. So the instinct is to just climb everything. I feel like you probably can whack both of these guys and get nothing out of it. We are still looking for another knock knock nut to knock knock. We will be going up that ladder before we go through the door, of course, because the door always seems to imply another zone, so we'll check everything we can first before we do much else. We destroyed the animal sand sculpture because that's what we do to the dog gang around here. So far this game is very much about beating up the dog gang, so we'll take it. Anyway, we will check this, of course. And then we get to whack the hammer after I grab the coin. I did kill the Sang Doggo. It's probably not dead. It's going to come back the next time we play the stage. If we do have to come back to do something like deal with the crocodiles. This is the first hidden Waddle Dee that we have found here so far. Yeah, in spite of having a lot of the same kind of tropes as the Mario games in terms of having a beach environment, It's interesting how distinctive Kirby still feels as a platforming experience. Something about the art design of this, and also just the movement mechanics in general, you know, that Kirby has never really been about to jump so much as the float. And as I've always observed about 3D Mario, as 3D Mario has developed, it's like the developers have come up with ever more interesting ways of doing a mid-air positional correction just to make 3D more playable. So things like the B-suit or Cappy or the flood mechanic in Sunshine, etc., or to spin in Galaxy. Just a lot of things that allow you to reposition as you go and control your landing. Now, the thing is, I can't really see my shadow very well in a lot of this, so sometimes I am depending on a little bit of guesswork, but the fact that Kirby has a practically infinite float up to a limited height here is still plenty to work with. So, the question is that the main route or is that the optional route? Because if you look ahead here, it looks like going forward would be the optional challenge, right? Or am I wrong? Let's see. It looks like we can reverse out of that, so this will be perhaps the optional thing. What is this? I think we have to hit the switch, and then we'll have to go quickly to make it over to the other side. Like I said, in the other route, it looks like the more dangerous thing to do would be to go through Crocodile, so I don't really know if we... okay, no, this is optional, so we'll just... Sometimes we don't want to overfloat, we do want to maintain a momentum of jumps. Here we go. At least Goombas have the angry eyebrow. In this game, everything, Mang says, is just cute and smiling, and Kirby murders them for no reason. Kirby is just murdering them to spread joy. It is an exchange of different perspectives on joy. I mean, Kirby doesn't murder everything. He doesn't murder the stairs, for instance. The stairs are our friends. Notice that when you do the float over a lower elevation, that the float kind of gradually descends in terms of your maximum height lowering steadily as you go. So... yeah, there are a couple of things with the float in this game that are pretty distinct. I'm gonna smash the box. And... here we go. And here's Thorns. I kind of want to keep Hammer, though. Not Thorns, Needle, rather. But... we'll see. Like we said so far, there isn't too much in this game that is specific to a copy ability yet, and when it is, the game tends to give you the copy ability to work with. So that was a totally unnecessary act of violence, I think. But it seems like it's pretty obvious we need to swallow this and put it in position. Just to complete the sign. Ring mouth. Hey look, it's the CC Replays emote. And what can we do with this? We can blast with it. That'll be an interesting challenge when we use it for something else. But let's place it here for now, maybe. And complete the sign on the rooftop. Okay, so you just need to stand there. It doesn't actually let you drop here. But that was the natural thing to do. What does this even say? So here's the thing. We actually do have a way to translate this because of the song in the opening. The song in the opening gives you the English subtitles to the Japanese, and also the mapping of the English subtitles Oh, look, there's an idle animation here, too. A mapping of the English subtitles to the kind of fictitious character set here. So, if we go back to the song in the opening credits and inspect the subtitles, we can actually see what this says. I think it's a hotel. That's my guess. I think we're on top of a buried aquatic hotel or something where the sea level has just gone way up like it has in Splatoon. And we're on a rooftop. So ring modes is going to do this. You know, here's something that we haven't considered is that I haven't really sat around and watched the idle animations for a lot of these abilities. So I think eventually we want to do that with some other powers. However, I think maybe the idle animation was only going to activate... no, it does. Not just on the sign, but over here too. Anyway. This is much too fancy. Blow these guys away, and then we will give this a spin. This... alligator over here is not cool at all. I was trying to determine if it's an alligator or a crocodile, and you can usually tell with the shape of its snout as well as the way that the teeth do or do not protrude when its jaws are shut. Okay, so you can... okay, because this is essentially like the Deku Leaf in Zelda. Let's see what's over here first before we do anything else. That will eventually be the way out, I think, judging by the sign. So let's get in the boat first and see what we can do with it, since that looks like it's going to be the optional thing. So you can blast the boat, but once it loses its blast, then you get into some issues. So we kind of have to navigate our way around this. We probably want to avoid the whirlpool, I'm guessing. But yeah, at the end of the blast, you... I should have knocked these into this thing here. Okay, that works. I'm just scanning around to see if we want to talk. Okay, so the golden waddle, these are the ending. We obviously don't want to hit that. We want to hit the maximum tomato or tomato and crack open the knock knock nuts. This is the thing about being somebody who was formerly an expat in the UK, is that I'm always very self-conscious of whether I'm saying tomato or tomato. Like, if I say one, it feels wrong because I am conscious of the fact of not saying the other one. And that just happens when you move countries enough in your lifetime. Because that's the point at which I realize, I've never streamed a Kirby game. I've never actually had to say the words maximum tomato. Although, I guess if you play Smash, that would come up as well. And, yeah, let's get through here. And I think we've pretty much cleared what we can here, so yeah. No bombardment to be seen. Let's take a look at the optional objective list. We got everything, so there's nothing for nuking the crocodigators, as Mang very helpfully called them. And yeah, we know these guys don't take kindly to attempts to inhale them. Male64, welcome. Male64, you'll notice that today, for viewer levels, we are only taking levels from HAL Laboratories. But we got everything on the first go here, and that's it for the Abandoned Island. So yeah, once again, we can probably decipher what this says if we match up the character set. We'll have to figure it out at the end of the stream, I think. Oh, okay, Alavel Mall. That gives us the answer, Alavel Mall. I don't know why the sign wound up all the way over here. Okay. Making life even livelier was their corporate slogan. Now the remains of those businesses can be found in all kinds of places, empty and alone, and occasionally taken over by gorillas. So yeah, Mel, we are only in World 2 so far, so it's not too spoilerific. And I've been having a great time with it. The 3D conception of a lot of the traditional copy abilities has been pretty inventive to see in terms of how the different movesets have been adapted. And the comparisons to games like 3D World in terms of the perspective, camera movement, and the kind of linear wide structure, that's very much warranted. No time limit on any of this. Is. I was actually thinking about how this game in some parts reminded me of Rayman 2. Way, way back in the day. I might be wrong about that because I haven't played Rayman 2 in probably 20 years. But, anyway, Hammer Treasure, now that we've played with the hammer, let's do it. Okay, Hammer Road, hit the stakes. Let's take a look, 45 seconds. We know a couple of tricks to the hammer moveset already, so let's see what we can do with it. You're nowhere being done with your new levels, so yeah. Always good to take one's time with that. Okay. Need to make sure we don't fall off the edge here. And yeah, doing the aerial forward here is a bit of a time saver as we mop up these guys on the way over. Don't want to be too distracted by the animations though as we work our way across. Yeah, the aerial move is... Whoops, gonna solve... Oh, you need to hit this, yeah, of course. Gonna solve a lot of problems for me here, but I am a little bit behind on time, as you can see, since it started with a 3-minute clock, and we're going to be up to a minute already, so a lot of room for improvement on this one. We don't actually need to fight those guys, we just need to hit... And there we are. And, yeah, I mean, it is something that is so far feeling very much like a 3D translation of traditional Kirby. It's very much like going from 2D Mario to 3D World. I think the analogy is pretty firm. Let's go for the time again. We haven't missed any of these benchmarks yet, and perhaps we shouldn't start now. I did wind up way off the time that I wanted, though, so we'll have to be a little more accurate and a bit more selective about who we choose to fight, perhaps. Yeah, because floating is going to lose me some time. That's something that we should keep in mind, that I don't always want to fight. And I certainly don't always want to float. Whoa, okay, let's start over. Now we'll keep an eye on the clock for every hammer strike so we know how we're doing and can pace ourselves accordingly. So yeah, so far there's been a challenge room like this for every single copy ability that you encounter in the game. So there's, you know, a bit more of a focused series of exercises for what you can do with each of the movesets. Whoa, bad idea. And yeah, we'll just go directly up instead of platforming over. 227 on that. We're going to be a little bit slow. Just a little bit off, actually. So yeah, some things we should learn how to skip. We're about 5 seconds off, so that's still a pretty dramatic improvement, but still lots to do to get that check mark out of the way. Yeah, I'm certainly no expert on the Kirby series. I tend to play them pretty selectively. I missed out on the 3DS entries, for instance, and I understand that both Triple Deluxe and especially Planet Robobot were quite well regarded. I remember playing the demo for Robobot, actually. I just never got around to playing the game itself. I think traditionally I've actually liked the paintbrush Kirbys more than the old Kirby's Adventure games. But one thing that works quite nicely about this game is that it does dial down some of the floatiness in terms of the platforming feeling slow. Okay, 221 on that one. I feel like that's maybe a slight improvement, but no, we're going to be off again. Yeah, that's going to be similar to the previous time. We just took too many hits there. You played the original Dreamland Trilogy, 64, Adventure, and the Paint games, I see. Yeah, I did play Star Allies, and Star Allies has a very short main game where it has almost this sort of excess of ideas in terms of what you can do with the copy abilities. It has tons of playable movesets, but almost not enough content to really push it. But then it's built around an endgame experience that is about just doing speedruns with every ability in the game, and so, among other things. But it was very much a case where the game is all endgame. I need to clean up that hit. We got that at 240. Okay. Once again, we don't want to spend too much time in the air. We're getting hit. I probably should just walk off to the side a little bit and dodge those entirely. 220, that's still going to be too slow. Yeah, that's a slight improvement, still not enough. We need to cut some corners here and there and also just not fight so much. We just need to run around more enemies. Yeah, I missed out on Return to Dreamland. But I do remember when it was originally revealed long before release as a late GameCube untitled Kirby game, which just disappeared for years and years. And by the time it came out as Return to Dreamland, that was during a period when I just wasn't really paying attention to the Wii. I was kind of geographically separated from my Wii at the time, actually, so I missed out on a lot of the later releases like that. Yeah, we need to just take a strategy that's more based on dodging here, I think. And possibly using the slide move as well. In fact, I think the slide is going to be the answer here. Let's not hit everything. Yeah. So, some hits are going to be unavoidable, but... Nope, hang on. I think the slide does have a little bit of a dead stop at the end. This is still 240, that's still on par with what we were doing previously, so too slow in other words. I don't have good muscle memory for this yet. The slide does not take you over the edge, it does stop after that. Yeah, so far this hammer challenge has been a bit of a mess. So it might be something I'm not exploiting with moveset. But I think we just need to dodge more cleanly. Okay, no, this is the issue. That if you do the ground slide into an enemy, there is a knockback to it. So I do not want to slide if there is an enemy in front of me, because that will actually slow me down. I don't remember how often that was the case with the moveset in the previous games. Like I said, not a Kirby expert. But yeah, we want to stay grounded. We don't want to float too much. Okay. These guys are always a bit of a nuisance, but we got that cleanly. We'll just cycle around this guy. 230 on that one. Okay, that's a huge improvement, I think. Too slow on that. 220 here. 219 here. Oh, we're going to be a little bit off. That's still going to be a record time, I think, but still about 2.5 seconds away. So yeah, there were segments in that run when it was floating for too long, and so let's try it again. Samuel, Epic Yarn was your favorite growing up, yeah? Epic Yarn was interesting. I don't know if you ever followed up with the other Good Feel Yoshi games. I found Yoshi's Woolly World to be the strongest of the set, and that, you know, it had a lot of the same kind of pleasantness as Epic Yarn, but the content scaled up to be a little more advanced, I think. Like, as a platformer game, it was really something that surprised me. Yeah, I did play Epic Yarn, like I said, but I missed out on Return to Dreamland. So, if anything, I'm more familiar with unconventional Kirby than classic adventure-style Kirby. Okay, we should have done a slide out of there. These guys, I'll just smack quickly, and... Alright. Okay, this one will smack. Probably could have done a slide out of there. No, it's still too slow. Where can I cut corners here? So far, these times have, for all the other challenges, not actually been tight. Like, you were allowed to make some mistakes, so I am missing something technical that I should be doing. And yeah, Mill64, I had strong opinions about some of the things that I felt were done much better in Woolly World than Crafted World. Back when I was still bothering to write things down about video games, I think I wrote a longer spiel about Crafted World than about just about anything I've played in the last few years. Because it took me a while to kind of place what it was that didn't quite work about it for me. Although Crafted World is an interesting one to kind of go back to on a break from other games every now and then, because you don't really feel the grindiness of the objectives when you're just kind of going back into it on a much more casual basis. 220 on this one, much better. Still not great. Okay, that's the thing we're doing. We're off by 0.05, but I had been floating above those platforms when I should actually be jumping corner to corner. We can do it. That's the main improvement here. Yeah, I discovered very quickly that Crafted World is not a game to approach the way I usually approach games, where, you know, you kind of do 100% on everything as you go along, like I'm doing here. This game I've been enjoying doing 100% as I go along. I did get what seemed to be 100% in World 1 when I played it yesterday. So, and I found it very satisfying to do things like these challenges that we see here. And because in general they have been well tuned, they've kind of given me an opportunity to find some finesse with the copy abilities that the main stages have not pushed too hard yet. But yeah, I absolutely love Woolly World. It's truly a game that caught me by surprise with how high quality it was. No, I did a slide there, but I did a bit of a float at the end, and there we go. 0.04 on the right side of the line this time. Alright, we're done with that. I feel like there was tons of room for improvement. We did have some accidental floats here and there when I was trying to mix it up with some slides at the end, but I just don't really have a good muscle memory for any kind of speed techniques in this game yet, so... I think that's the issue I often have had with some of the older Kirby games in the past, is that if you did want to play things quickly, sometimes the mechanics do introduce a bit of friction to that, where you have to develop a lot of finesse for avoiding the float. But let's go on with Concrete Isles, and thank you for the GG. So we're going to visit Splatoon over here. Speaking of which, since we're dealing with a 3D platformer here, with a roughly linear structure, I am very much looking forward to what happens with Splatoon 3. Just given how good Octo Expansion was. I think Octo Expansion was really something remarkable as far as 3D platformers go. Okay. I feel like we missed some optional stuff already. Let's explore. We can just gain some height here and travel, and I'm guessing whirlpools are a no-no, and the fences here are also not a good idea. Yeah, it looks like we are amidst the flooded ruins of something industrial, like a refinery or something. So this is actually very much like Splatoon, this stage right here. And this is going to be a collect 5 objective. This is something that, of course, is very familiar from 3D World and Bowser's Fury. And here we go. And Mail64, you're saying something about... if you're asking it's that good about Splatoon Octo Expansion, yes, it is so much better than the main campaign of Splatoon 2. It is kind of crazy. Like, if you're into 3D platformers at all, I actually do think Splatoon 2 Octo Expansion is a necessity. In some ways, Splatoon 2's main campaign was a bit of a letdown coming from 1, I think, especially with 1 having that spectacular final boss. Even if it was mostly kind of a tutorial-style campaign, I think 1 got a lot of interesting stuff done in a very short space. 2 really took off with Octo Expansion. It is absolutely remarkable. And I think it recently went on sale for pretty much the only time that I've seen it on sale. So here's a drill ability. Interesting to see the drill here in 3D. As usual, we're just going to play around with the ability before we do much. So yeah, you drill and burst. It is kind of a hold ability. Yeah, you hold down the button. When you let go, you come up. You can move with it, predictably. The aerial is going to be like this. Okay. Aerial forward. It's going to be... Ooh, that's a nice arc. And you can kind of chain these moves too. You can let go of the button and repress in the air. And yeah, I've just loved playing with the moveset so far every time we get a new copy ability, because they've been pretty well designed all around. The spam ability won't do anything because the drill is based on a hold. But... So yeah, forward into a drill is just going to get you forward, but this is the kind of aerial chaining that I think is really the most promising thing here. Also, notice that you can just do a single tap without drilling if you are doing the aerial ability. And of course, the only DLCs you miss are the ones that make the base game look like a joke. That's interesting that you mentioned Torna, because Torna I got on a cartridge when I had the opportunity, because I knew that it would be one of those Nintendo things that would have a really low print run and be rare afterwards. And I enjoyed Torna a lot because it's the only Xenoblade experience that doesn't feel massively bloated, where You know, it made me miss the days when JRPGs like Chrono Trigger, for instance, would be able to get their business done within 20 hours, even if you're playing in a leisurely fashion. And because Torna, like, it doesn't have nearly as much content as Xenoblade. It's only just one continent, mainly. But I don't mind that it's one continent, because you basically get the Xenoblade experience on a reasonable scope that can actually be completed, right? So, well, I mean, you know, in Chrono Trigger, I'm not talking about doing all of the optional endings. I mean, like, in a main first playthrough, you can still get tons of stuff done in a reasonable span of time that, relative to a lot of modern JRPGs, doesn't feel nearly as bloated. So this teaches you, or rather encourages you to work with a drill move. Let's see if we can fight this guy by drilling under him and sniping. There we go. Oh, this is asking you to drill under, actually. We just did it the hard way. And then we'll punch this. Anyway, let's collect the pieces. This is what this zone here is all about. Whoops. Notice that I could take the drill out of the water as well. We'll do this one in a moment. Let's get some health first. So if I drill at the maximum elevation, yeah, notice how the drill can actually take me down to the... No, it doesn't. It pops out in the air when I go off the edge. And yeah, so I really enjoyed Torna. It's, you know, because Xenoblade is one of those series where I enjoy it, but I don't enjoy it so much that I look forward to the length or anything. I always dread the length a little bit. And okay, so if you are in suspension here, let's see, because I think if I burst under this guy, we can change height, we can spit, but then the drill should be able to do what? Ah, okay, so you can spit, and then the spit will kind of spit out the top. Alright, that's good to know. That's good to know. Let's see what we missed. Okay, this segment over here, let's punch this guy. And yeah, so this, you'll need to drill down when you're passing under. At least that's the intended method. Like I said, don't really have good muscle memory for this ability yet, but I find that with a lot of the copy abilities, I'm actively looking forward to what the ability challenge, the treasure challenge, will be. We will... you know what, we should have gone out the other side here too. Jump off the edge and go for that. Yeah, and that's how you do it. Pop over, grab Waddle Dee. Yeah, but the mechanics here have been a lot of fun. And, okay. And we'll float back up. And... oh yes, we need to figure out where the star was going to take me. Ah yes, now we have this opening up. And that's going to be the Warp Star. We should obviously scan this area first to see what else we're missing. But yeah, like I've been saying, when I heard that the target for Xenoblade 3 was going to be this September, that did fill me with a certain dread in terms of the amount of time I have for video games in the rest of the year. And, okay, there we go. You're still not done with Pokemon. Are you talking about Arceus, or about a different game? Arceus, okay, yeah. I didn't really look into Arceus at all. I'm guessing this guy is just bomb. Let's, oh, let's kill him first, actually. I do want to keep Drill for the time being. Yeah, I feel like... yeah, triangle strategy is suddenly a higher priority for me, partly because of word of mouth from people I trust about tactics games. Partly because Advance Wars was out of the way for April, and so I don't know if I'll stream it, but I'm planning to play Triangle Strategy relatively soon, I think. Yeah, I mean, it's not like I need to play Xenoblade 3 on release or anything. There's no particular rush, but... But with Xenoblade games, yeah, I really do need to budget months of my life, right? And it's one that I cannot see myself streaming because there's just no way I would be able to do 100% of it. Notice that the Waddle Dee order on the indication, this is the first time I've seen this, I think, that the hidden Waddle Dee indicator is in order of collection, as with things like the green stars or the bonus coins in recent Mario games. So that tells me I did miss one of the Waddle Dees earlier on, and we should double back to scan for it. I wasn't really thinking about whether there was another segment that we just didn't check, but let's go back and explore a bit. We can't always replay the level, of course, but I would rather fool around here because the drill is fun. We may have missed it already from the previous area, so... And yeah, I don't really have too much in the way of fear of missing out, thankfully. I find that I don't really tend to run into scenarios where I am disappointed with games I play. Like, I tend to be fairly selective in ways that at least lead to interesting experiences. I mean, I have a pretty good sense of what I will want to spend time with. What I don't always have a good sense of is how long things are going to take. And there comes a point, especially if you're streaming, when it gets harder and harder to find times for anything really lengthy. So we did miss one Waddle Dee. We'll go back into the stage to look for it. And we'll see if there were any other optional objectives that will need to be revealed here at the end. Yeah, there is a set of 2. Greet 3 seabirds, okay. I guess we need to get right up to them and drill them in the face. So yeah, it is going to reveal one objective at a time unless we manage to figure out the other one by ourselves as we look for the remaining Waddle Dee. So let's get back in and do it. And here's the rental locker. Now that we've done the stairs challenge, I kind of wonder what the locker challenge is going to be if we do eventually hit one. But yeah, I didn't even look at Arceus because Pokemon is one of those things where I think I play Pokemon on like a once every 5 to 10 year scale, and then I'm just done with it for the foreseeable future. But that's sort of the main Nintendo thing, or Nintendo adjacent thing, that I have never been really that keen on, so... And yes, there are challenges for the mouthful mode transformations. We've seen a few of them already. We actually saw a really good one near the beginning of the stream that was kind of like a puzzle-like interaction when it comes to trying to speed through it, which reminded me, as I was saying earlier, of the Box Boy games. While we're talking about Hal here. So we are missing one additional objective. We're missing the seabirds, we're missing one hidden objective, and we're missing the third Waddle Dee. So we should be maybe a little more meticulous about checking things. It was nice to kind of have this very relaxing and open collection level here because we're trying to talk at the same time. And so yeah, we just need to be a little better about checking different parts of the level that we might not have scanned. I didn't even think about the seabirds. Usually, I don't find it too difficult to have a good sense of... Oh, we should have picked that up. I usually don't find it too difficult to have a sense of what the objectives are going to be. And I can guess what they are, or I can discover them by luck and coincidence. But so far, with this one, that has not really been as much the case. So, yes, there's that whole back section there that looks like something that we didn't really do. Let's take a look at that. This was the continuation earlier, or not. Let's see. Tells you how poor my visual memory is. So you can go ahead and do this. Oh yes, we didn't really drill down into this area. That might be one of the hidden objectives. How did I think about it? Now, you'd have to think about how to drill down into the water, and I think you'd need to kind of take a dive or do something else to maintain the water level. Let's see, because you see those glowing spots down there, but I definitely didn't think about how we might do anything with them. Because I can't dive down low enough to hit them. Let's think about this. Maybe there was something I should have done to manipulate that position. Also, did we do the nut cracking? We did, but there's no objective for that in this level. That looks of it. Anyway, let's take a look at this. Yeah, so let's grab this guy again. Tap this. So what does this do? It raised this platform. We saw that earlier, did we? And yeah, we did, because that was the hidden Waddle Dee. Yeah, we've done that one already. It doesn't send you a reminder of which one in the collection order you got, so that's something we have to keep in mind. So yeah, let's just be attentive to whether we do anything to manipulate the water level or anything else that would make that other section accessible. Maybe if I did the aerial dive into it. I don't think it'll get me low enough, though. I think it... Yeah, it's not really going to get me down low. Oh, you missed Kirby swimming, you mean in the water, rather than like in the submarine mode. Well, we don't know if that's going to appear at some other point. And oh yeah, we lost that nut. Okay, so here's something we didn't do earlier, is this collectible here, or did we? There we go. Underwater Kirby is the best swimming in 2D. Yeah, that's I'm thinking about which other platform games will work the way that Kirby does when it comes to 2D steering. I remember thinking that the 2D swimming in Tropical Freeze was actually a bit of an acquired taste. I didn't like it at first, but then as I got more into advanced play in the game, I appreciated what I could do with it once I understood how the momentum control would actually work. But yeah, Kirby has always been very smooth in that respect. So at this point, we've got one optional Waddle Dee. I'm still kind of remaining attentive to the third one, and we haven't seen this Seabird objective at all, actually. Oh, here's the Seabird. There's one. I feel like I've missed one already, but that's okay. At least we've located one for future reference, and if we clear the stage again, that just reveals the remaining secret objectives, so there is an incentive to actually work through it and get the clear, if we've already missed some of the other ones that we should have hit. So yeah, we've actually seen this already. Mouthful got me the Waddle Dee up there, I think. So yeah, we'll be scanning the next area then, and we'll just keep an eye out for birds. Oh, here's a bird. Okay. So that's two. And there's a treasure on the other side over there. Not reachable for me yet, so we'll keep that in mind. Because... oh, wait. So it warps you... but then... does the warp show me anything about where that treasure box is located in this next section? So yeah, if you noticed in the previous section, there was a treasure box that was visible, and I couldn't see how it was placed in relation to the space I was in. So possibly we missed some way to get there in the previous area that I just didn't think very hard about. Anyway, we'll punch this guy. We'll punch all of this out as well. And scan around carefully. I think I've lost my opportunity to get additional seabirds at this point, but at least we found two, so we have some guidance for what to do when we complete that objective properly. This thing here looks like it's a star. There we go. Yeah, we've seen this one already. This was how I revealed that we were already past number 3. So yeah, it's got to be something to do with the treasure box in the treasure chest, rather, in the previous section. And notice too that so far all of the Waddle Dees have been based on collections, so I think I have just missed an entire area that we failed to warp to. So yeah, we'll complete this anyway to reveal the remaining objective. And whoops, there we go. Yeah, that's okay, we can reacquire drill afterwards. Dropping down here is probably not a good idea, but let's do it anyway. Okay, so let's see. The remaining objective is going to be make landfall on the Isle of Treasure. So yes, that's what we were going for. It probably is related to the other Waddle Dee as well, and maybe even the remaining seabird. So let's figure out how that works. Are there lives? I don't know, because I haven't died yet. I don't know how the respawn or checkpoint system or anything works. There have been places in levels where I've seen the text show up in a corner telling me that I've hit a checkpoint. So there is some kind of checkpointed zone structure to the levels that probably kicks in if you die. There is no life count to it, though. But I think that if you die, it does kick you back to a certain position. And I believe that's how it's going to work. We will, of course, eventually proceed to the challenges here. It's going to be drill and sword, which we haven't seen yet, and stairs we did earlier, hence the star on it. But yeah, let's continue pushing on this one, unless there's anything to search in these other islands. So we still have something undiscovered here. We'll see if that also, as I said, conjoins with the third Waddle Dee as well as the third bird. But as long as we kind of... Oh, actually, this is the first bird. I just completely didn't notice it earlier. So, okay, birds are accounted for. Yeah, because we have the other two later on in the level. So we'll just need to figure out how to get to the treasure. That'll be the main thing. We can skip most of this stuff. And we're going to turn into a Crash. This is my first encounter with Crash in this game. Whoops. And, okay, yeah. We crashed. I guess that's how it usually functions. Well, the fact that we have Crash available, which I didn't think about because we previously were mostly working with the drill, tells me that I should try it here. It's suspicious enough that I think it's worth doing. And that does nothing. Okay. Whoops. Well, let's think about that, because we have limited access to Crash in this level. Like I said, a lot of the objectives have not really been dependent on copy abilities so far, so it might not really be the case, but we should definitely not warp out of the area that takes me beyond the visible treasure chest until we figure that out. Yeah, I think it gives you... So there is a certain element of randomization to the collectible treasures. We know because there is that gotcha dispenser that's in the main town. Whoops, we're going to be dead if we're not careful. Should actually think about health at some point. Okay. So yeah, it is worth it upon replays, I think, to find earlier treasures. A whirlpool sending you to the island would be bad, given the way that the whirlpools have been signaled so far. I don't think that that's going to be the solution. One thing I haven't considered is riding this crane out of bounds. I don't think it will let me, but because I can't actually land on it, but we should really get some replenishment. I know where to do it, so let's do it here. We also haven't done anything additional with this other than the initial position we saw here. So because of that, I actually kind of get the sense that maybe we are missing something that is accessible using the mouthful power. I doubt I can bump this guy from below. No, that's a bad idea. But maybe we can bump over here, and no, that is going to be out of bounds. Did I even remember to get the second seabird? I guess I can tap this third seabird, and that'll remind me. So we are not taking Warp Star until we have figure this out. I think, yeah, we have all three. The island is back there, and we do not see a pathway here. So, let's see what it is in front of artwork-wise. So we have the Warp Star available here, but I wonder if there's something else. Yeah, so we need to grab the 5th thing here. And I guess that was assigned to a different star that I didn't look at or think about. Right? Or... no, that just revealed that. We've already got that. But it feels like that might be something related. Let's see. Yeah, we've done this already. We've done this guy already. That was number 2. We've checked the corner. Ah, actually, see how this is lowered here? That's all there is to it. We just needed to watch the artwork and watch how this was underwater. That was literally the whole thing. And you just needed to be attentive to the background for how this was going to go. And we even get some health here. I scream for ice cream. We'll grab some cash. And yeah, that's going to be everything. So that was just a matter of visualizing that accurately. And... okay, let's see here. Alright, so I believe we have completed everything at this point, so we just need to finish the stage. Whoops. Now, I would assume that you are required to finish the stage once you knock out the achievements on the checklist. We're not going to mess with that, we'll just do it. Both the health and the copy abilities seem to be persistent between stages, as far as I remember. From what I've noticed so far. Whoops. So there is an incentive to stay roughly healthy, even if ultimately it's not going to be too much of an issue. And I guess we won't be taking the hammer power forward at the moment. The powers that you keep between stages are independent of the individual treasure challenges that are based on the copy abilities. And we'll be doing a few of those before we proceed to the next main area. Anyway, that's a loaded bull. Buff-a-horn. Weak attacks won't stand a chance against this critter's forward tackle. Yeah, we noticed in a previous stream that even if you have invisible boundaries that prevent Kirby from falling off an edge, those enemies will still be able to run off the edge. So they are less respectful of cliff sides than Kirby is in this game. Yeah, because there are certain places in this game where Kirby is not allowed to fall off the edge. That's mostly the case, but not always. So sometimes it is a little bit of guesswork to determine whether the edge is safe. I guess we are more in a bear market, but that depends on your sector as well as the state of the war. So let's do the treasure in order. We'll do drill first, and then we'll do sword after that. Dig and destroy drill trial. So it's going to be 1 minute 10. Let's watch the initial time and see what the benchmark is going to be. Many of these have been with a starting time of 3 minutes, so yeah. So we're going to go for 150 left on the clock. Oh, that's not how you drill on the side. Quake Surge. That is what I'm doing, right? Oh, that's interesting. We didn't even play with that at all. That's a power that I would not have even thought about trying. That's really interesting. And here you go. A mole as in just a nosedive into the abyss? Is that what you mean? Oh, didn't quite manage to quake this. That's okay, we'll just take them out the standard way. Before we do the time challenge. Yeah, because it looks like the idea would be that you would be able to do this quickly with the Quick Surge. And then do a combined knockout like that. So it's already 1:50 on the clock. We're going to be a little too slow, but... And then... Oh, no, that didn't quite manage to do it. This ability so far reminds me actually of the various drawing motions in both The Wonderful 101 and Okami, where... I mean, those games are very much about just drawing circles in many places, and that's exactly what we're doing here. Whoops. Yeah, we'll have to exceed the maximum length here. I wonder if this only works on certain surfaces, though. Let's take a look. Whoops. So yeah, we're down by about a minute. Certain places we should just fight directly, but let's figure this out as we get back into it. And here we go. Drill treasure. Yeah, I'm very much a kind of Clover Studio and Platinum player, going all the way back to Beautiful Joe, so those were games I knew reasonably well. I haven't gone back to Okami since the Wii port back in 2008, though. Okay, that's going to lose too much time, but let's do this. I think, to a certain extent, we should just fight directly with these small groups. And use the aerial power to reposition. So 225 coming out of this room. Just as a benchmark, we'll need to improve it, I'm sure. We'll take out this platform here. Yeah. Okay, no, we should just fight directly for this one. And, yeah, 203 coming out of this room. Once again, it's going to be way too slow, but we should determine our various methods for this. Looks like we will want to do the Quake just to get the mole out of the middle there, but for the other ones, let's just fight standard way. Yeah, this one I probably should get this around, because we can technically try to approach up top, but I feel like that's going to be slow. Given the movement patterns of these guys flying around, we should do Quake for this stack here. So yeah, we'll just need to develop a good method for this. Considering how slow I was in certain rooms, only 23 seconds off is actually something that seems approachable. So we'll just pick some of those fights more carefully. And once again, take care of the enemies where we can with some of the quicker aerial moves that we can do along the way. Whoops. we go. Here we go. Oh, whoops. Changing directions there was maybe something I could have done much better. And then, yeah, sailing out of that and then comboing into the next one. That's 225 on that room. Yeah, we can do all this quite a bit faster. .209 coming out of that. We still only have 20 seconds left. And then... Ooh, this is going to be way too slow. Yeah. We've got a long ways to go with this, I think. And then... yeah, let's just... figure out where we're going to use the Quake and where we won't, because so far I don't have a good approach for it. Yeah, as much as I like to try out the different abilities as we learned them, something like the Quake Surge is something that I didn't even conceive of existing. And once again, like many of the 3D abilities that we see here, many of the copy abilities rather, it is kind of specifically adapted for 3D gameplay, so... it's an ability that just would not work this way in 2D. So yeah, I shouldn't always dig. We should do jump tap whenever possible. And a stationary jump tap rather than moving one, perhaps. Okay. We'll just hunt these guys down like a guided missile through the middle. 203 on this one. We are so far off the target, actually. Yeah, I think we're nowhere close. Yeah, occasionally I'm digging when I don't want to dig. We should be able to dispatch some of these rooms a lot faster. And yeah, just knock them out as a stack. Knock these out as a stack. That's a lot better, actually. That should be the approach to this room, is to let them cluster. Look at that, we're down with that in 240. And then kind of ambush them like that. Instead of picking them up and destroying them off individually. Picking them off, rather. 218 out of that one. That's a substantial improvement. That looks a lot more feasible now. And wait. Okay. We can't do that while it's in needle form. This has to be the Quake. For this one. That won't really be doable otherwise. So yeah, we're still way off, but only 5 seconds off now. So we did have some issues with some of the later zones, but it seems like going for the quick ambushes on the initial clusters in the first few rooms is the way to do it. So we'll just tease out all of these things as we go. But yeah, pretty much all of these trials have been very satisfying to figure out. I've been very impressed with them. Okay. 238, that's very similar to how we did before. Whoops. Still a little slow on that guy. Yeah. Bit of depth perception trouble here, perhaps. Nope. That was a bit of a miss. This is going to be a little bit too slow. We had 2:18 coming out of that one previously. We're about 6 seconds behind that. I don't think I'll be able to catch up. That's... Yeah, and you can't seal the Quake with 2 moves. You have to do it in 1, so... We don't want to start the circle too early. Okay. Whoops. Sometimes I am not really doing a stationary motion when I should be. Okay, got it all in one. Excellent. Got that in one. Okay, these guys are split a little far apart. I think I lost a bit too much time here. 219 on that, yeah. That's the thing about the bunny guys, is that they do take multiple hits. 213, not great, but... Okay, we'll grab that guy first. Just gonna knock him down. And then... I'm gonna take that guy. Whoops. Nope, that's going to be a disaster. Yeah, this definitely needs to be a Quake, this move here. We just need to complete the circuit properly. But yeah, that one must be a Quake. And that plus fixing one of the other segments should be enough to do it. Yeah, the 4-dog segment was an issue that time. We should be doing that one in pairs of 2. So we can do that in 2 hits. One thing I wasn't accounting for was that sometimes hitting them above ground, hitting these enemies from above just doesn't do enough damage to take them out at once. You do kind of need to drill them from below in order to take them out altogether. Oops. 240 on this, that's fine. Whoops. There we go. Can't afford to be a little bit approximate with that. Okay, there we go. That's going to be a Quake, 218, good. Okay. Now we come back here, take this guy out, and then now we do the circuit. I'm going to be a little bit slow, I think. Whoops. Got jammed in a corner. Yep, that was a mistake. Well, that's okay, we were going to be a few seconds behind, regardless. Let's do it again. Yeah, that was not really as tidy as it should have been. Hang on. Sometimes it just gets stuck. Yeah, occasionally I'm unnecessarily doing a double tap in the air that is throwing me way out of position, so we just need to be aware of that as a matter of inaccuracy. Now, how did I get these guys in one hit earlier? Well, anyway. Okay, getting that guy quickly is really important. As is getting this quickly. Despite the mistake, we are ahead of par with 220 on that talk. And then Yeah, remembering to drop quickly is kind of a necessary part of the Kirby skill set. Okay, let's not get trapped in a corner this time. That's already 150 on the clock. It's too slow. Too slow. And we're missing the Quake, so... a lot of room for improvement on this one. Why am I... oh, I see why I'm getting stuck. It's because you have to enter dead center. If you look at this here, even if you're a little off-center, you can't actually enter or exit. So we have a lot of improvement to do to make this work. Have to be right on target. Okay, once again, let's try to do this in one hit. Okay. Okay, getting that guy quickly has been a major improvement. And getting that quickly gives me 224 on the clock. That's a new record for that room. Anyway, I actually wonder if I should be doing a Quake for the first hit here. Oh. There's a little buried behind the camera there. Too big a circle? No, we got it. 155, we can do it. We got it. Okay, despite a lot of sloppiness, you just needed to make good decisions about when to use the Quake and when not to, I think. It was very helpful that the one hopping enemy on the first pillar went down quickly. So yeah, lots of room for improvement, but we don't care. Let's do the sword. And thank you for the GG. Slash and Slice sword trial. And yeah, Kirby has really quite a nice hat there. Deciding to be Purple Link for the day. It's going to be 1 minute on this one. Let's see how we go. Okay, so let's just do a repeated tap. Spin attack here is going to be quick. I mean, I think spin attack solves a lot of issues here. I hope it doesn't lose too much time. Short hops. Okay. We'll be reasonably quick about that. This is really all about the spin attack, I think. Okay, that one worked out really well. Okay, so this is going to be kind of like a boss rush almost. I have to get behind him. Four seconds left. Let's grab the objective really quickly. And we're going to get it in one. Yeah, a bit of a sloppy fight at the end, but once again, we did it, so. That seemed very much like a do you know to spin attack check. But you know, that's one of the first things worth trying. So that is the first try, pretty much. I think that was the first try. I don't think I reset on that one, did I? Okay, yeah, drill is all done. We have... No, that one we did already. That was stairs. So unless we... So we need to check some of these sometimes, because when you clear a few of the optional objectives, occasionally you can search new locations on the map to uncover some of the other challenges. But so far, the only one that we've seen other than the mouthful modes that we don't have a challenge for yet, I believe is probably Crash. But anyway, back to the levels. Let's scale the Cement Summit. 4 hidden Ds on this one. So yeah, one nice thing is that this has felt like a very content-rich game, I think. Even with the early worlds. I don't know how long it's going to be ultimately, but the early stages have had a lot of depth and replayability to them. And I quite like the system of revealing one optional objective at a time. Because you can often determine what those objectives are yourself and do everything in one go. But in the event that you don't have it just all spoil for you at once, so you always have something incremental to work on. Actually, we haven't seen a needle challenge level yet, so maybe shortly after this one. And notice how the boxes stick to the needle. The needle kind of does a bit of a Katamari here and picks things up as it goes. Alright, let's break into the locker room. And here we are. D number 1. And yeah, I think the arrow signs generally do signify the thing that is supposed to be the main path, so we'll do our part to ignore them. Bombardment here is going to give me a clutter needle. Okay. So I think this is the first upgrade scroll that I've found in the wild. We had the other ones we found previously, but I haven't gone back to town to do upgrades yet. I don't know if I'll do it between levels or if I'll just wait until the end of this world since we've picked up so much. Yeah, I intend to finish World 2 in this sitting, but even if I don't quite make it, we'll definitely go back to town to see how things are going. It looks like there are things back there, but this is not an edge you can jump off of, so let's just continue. And anyway, let's have some milk. And we have our choice between Chakram Cutter, which we saw recently, and Ice. Let's go Ice. Maybe that wasn't the best choice, but Florina here is going to do a bit of a spin in Florina's arena. Oh, it's going to give me wind at the end. Anyway, we should do the ice spam. It looks like the ice spam actually will partially shield me from this move, so let's move out of the way before we get stomped. Oh, need to dodge that, of course. Okay. So yeah, a very imperfect fight so far. Maybe there will be an achievement for doing a damageless, which we saw with one of the earlier bosses, but this is actually the sloppiest fight I've played so far. The first time we've come close to dying, which might happen very shortly if we're not careful. Yeah, we might be close to taking the first death in this game here. Okay. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I have to not skate into her, which we've been very bad about doing lately. Whoa, let's take the first death of the game. So that's what happens when you die. It's just like Odyssey's system, in fact, in that you lose currency. That's the first time I've seen it. Let's go Chakram. I have an easier time with Chakram because of the way you can maintain the position of the projectile, so I feel like Ice is not so good for this fight because you have to get in so close. I mean, there is a ranged move on the Ice as well, but With Cutter, I feel like I have a bit more room to move while I'm playing. And indeed, with Cutter, you can kind of maintain position while you're dodging. Maintain a projectile, rather. And just kind of drag into her. Perhaps. Whoops. Now, how do I avoid that? I think I just have to get way out of range. Cutter also has a melee range attack, which is actually pretty useful. Oops. So that went a lot better. Still took a ton of damage on it. If there is eventually a boss rush at the end of this game, I'm not really looking forward to dealing with this one. But yeah, that's going to be Tornado. This will be Tornado's first appearance in this game that we've seen so far. And so, of course, we'll play with it a bit. I've always loved Tornado in the other Kirby games where it has appeared. And it looks gorgeous here if you look at the wind effect. So a single tap is still going to elevate you quite a ways. Now, double tap cancels out. Okay. There is a bit of a wind down time when you cancel out. Jump button also appears to cancel. Yeah. If you do not cancel out, it looks like you can just stay in the Tornado for quite some time. If you hold the button, it's the same length as just tapping it once. So yeah, single tap and hold do the same thing. If you start in the air, I think you actually do get some elevation initially. Let's try that out and see if that's actually the case. You'd have to spit out of the float first. So yeah, you actually do start at a higher elevation, and then there you are. B-Minutes, welcome. B-Minutes, hope you've been doing well. I know it's usually a Smash day for you, but I trust the triangulation has been proceeding as well. But yeah, look at the elevation you can maintain here. Really combo those guys into nothing. So yeah, eventually we'll need to do a better job of actually beating the Tornado fight here, but also, can I go off the edge here? Yes, I can, which means we're naturally going to explore and find nothing. That's okay, we can recover. You're building a cosplay based on Triangle, okay. I didn't know you had a sideline in that, but I guess you are a theater person, so... that works. Okay, let's... get over here. Naturally, we're going to stir things up. Yeah, Tornado is always wonderful. I've enjoyed it in every appearance of it I've seen, I think. And Tornado, I think, is going to make for a really interesting bonus challenge. Oh, we're on a timer. Let's do this. Yeah, I'm so far behind. But hey, Tornado, thankfully, can go around anything we want, so... yeah, that was interesting. We went way out of the seeming boundary here. Now we have to get the wanted poster. And let's see if we can start Tornado from water. Yes, we can. For some reason, you got a burst of inspiration to make a costume of him. Yeah, I don't know which character that is because I haven't actually played Triangle yet, but I'm sure it will be obvious to me when I actually do play the game. This looks like it's going to be the side path, not the main path, so let's take a look at it. It is red door, so keeping with Kirby convention, let's see how the flight is going to go. This is just a flight accuracy challenge, I think, as we bounce back and forth and see what this is all about. Save the Ds. Okay, we have number 3 out of 4 still in order. That's good. Avoid the spikes in the secret room. Okay, great. And then we'll even grab some cash to make up for that minus 100 that we took for the first time in this zone. Alright, so far so good. Probably missing some other objectives, but we'll see what else we can do. Let's stay on Tornado. Tornado is love and life. Okay, this is a new mouthful. It's a glider. Archmouth. This is yet another thing that reminds me of the Wonderful 101. Now, one unfortunate thing is no motion controls. And you just know this is going to be like a Galaxy-style flight challenge in the making. There is going to be a challenge room for this later that will require greater accuracy. It's more like a Star Fox sequence right now, actually. Oh, you can invert the stick. Swap up, down, and control. Yeah, I'd rather invert. Invert sounds, or rather feels much more natural to me. So yeah, you just hit L and R to invert the vertical axis. I learned how to play inverted from Star Fox onto Super Nintendo, and it just feels so much better for me, in most cases. Like, when you have glider mechanics like this one, I was trying to go for the breakable segment here on the right side. Well, that's definitely something. Of course, I say that just as I talk about how familiar I am with it inverted, I crash into the ground. Okay, we actually have to do the attack here. Yeah, I was surprised to find there was no motion control. It seems like such a Nintendo thing to have available. And at this point, motion control just feels so much more natural to me. Because with one of the powers in here, the Ranger power, which is the pistol, there is a free aim mechanic as well. That's very similar to Yoshi's Crafted World in that it's free aiming circle on a 2D plane that maps to the 3D space. And I know Crafted World was a side-scroller, but that's still approximately correct to what I'm talking about. I noticed there as well that there was no motion aiming with the reticle, which I would very much have liked to see. We're not doing ice. Ice let me down earlier, so let's break some more nuts in case there's food. No need to retry. It's coins. Okay, great. Yeah, motion control would have felt a lot better for the flight, I think, but I think we are going to stick with inverted for now. Inverted, again, because of Star Fox, feels better to me with a D-pad than with a stick, which is odd, but we'll roll with it. And you don't even need to get into settings or anything. I'm glad it just shows you the interface in the corner and says, you want to invert, you just hit the trigger and do it now. So you can just have it be natural on a first try. Okay, we have to fight her with ice after all, and this time we need to not die so embarrassingly. So no wonder fighting her with ice and freezing her is a challenge, because it actually does feel much harder than doing it with Cutter. But yeah, we'll just need to spray ice and lock her into position. And how do Waddle Dees eat or talk? I feel like the answer to that may not be family friendly. Also, B-Minutes, given that this is a Hell game, very appropriate Sakurai emote right there. Very well chosen. Anyway, we have been committing to 100% as we go so far, so yeah, let's go back, let's fight her with ice. It just means we get to spin around with Tornado some more after the fact. In fact, let's just keep Tornado in this segment here, and we'll just speed back up there and fight her with ice as soon as we can. Notice how quickly this goes when you don't do anything optional. Surprisingly quickly, in fact, when you just want to speed back to the desired objective. We do want some health. I'm not even at full health, and that's going to be a problem, I'm sure. Whoops. So, to freeze her, what do we do? Like, we do need to sustain the freeze ability, right? Unless we do spam here. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be tricky to sustain because my movement with ice is pretty limited when I am spraying, and so to do this consistently is going to be some trouble. Nope. So we have to freeze her with the ability. Does that mean I need to use the spam from a stationary position? I think it might. Or maybe take advantage of this stationary moment that she has here. Yeah, no, I shouldn't have moved out of it. I should have just stayed on her and burst directly, except I was bursting forward. Yeah, so we don't know ice very well as a moveset yet, and I think that's part of the issue that I'm running into here. Now, do we... let's hold firm and, if necessary, just take the loss. If we miss the objective anyway, though, we'd need to restart the stage anyhow, so... But I need to prove to myself that we can beat her with ice. Yeah, so there is a kind of stationary moment here when I think we just get behind her and try to knock her out with ice as best we can. We'll get back into the Nintendo history chat in a moment. But yeah, I do want to see, if anything, what Sakurai will be doing next that is not Smash. I know he's working on something that may or may not be a video game. I actually think Meteos is still my favorite Sakurai game in many ways. Because out of all the different block drop games there have been, I think Meteos is the most fun I've had with something since Tetris to this day. And I never really came back after the DS because it does require some precision touch control, so... Yeah, we're making a disaster out of this. Let's just stay on this. Can we stun lock? So, yeah, doing that isn't actually going to get a freeze. I think we do need to stand on top of her. There's something I'm perhaps not really understanding about the freeze ability. Oh, there we go, got her. There we go, and that shatters. That's a huge burst of damage, actually, when you have to shatter at the very end. So, anyway, farewell, ice. We're having bird for dinner tonight. Anyway, I assume we have to clear the stage, so let's do it. It doesn't actually confirm the Waddle Dee is acquired until you hit that, so let's just speed through it. Not worry about too much of everything that we've done already. So yeah, you do need to just stand on top of the enemy and just tap ice repeatedly to get them into a frozen position. I guess we haven't really done an ice challenge stage yet either, or we would have had the opportunity to learn that. Let's see if we can earn some of the 100 coin deficit back. And we'll have some more ability challenges to come after this one. I quite like the pacing of how the abilities have unlocked so far, in that you have this nice alternation available to you of switching between the challenge stages and main stages. Like, the flexibility of that has been quite nice. The way that they've steadily unlocked the treasure hunts with the copy ability is that they've steadily kind of dripped in 2 or 3 at a time. That's been pretty neat. I think discovering them in the map with the search function has been at times a little bit opaque, but because you do need to stand in a very specific place. Also, no challenge here for flying perfectly, which is good because we're not flying perfectly. We'll do this again though. And just pick up some coins as we go. Oh, whoops, missed that. You remember an interview about Kirby where they said it was a nightmare to make because you're essentially making multiple side-scrollers at the same time? Yeah, pretty much. That the level design has to accommodate all these abilities as well. That, you know, it seems like it's very much in the ethos of the Kirby series too. Make everything as playable as possible with all abilities at the same time. It's not very often that things will actually be locked behind copy abilities, as we see so far, and if they are locked behind copy abilities, they're always very readily provided, at least from what we've seen thus far. Yeah, conceptual level, programming level, certainly QA. And let's head back to town and head over to New Blueprint. No, we're not doing that. We get Tornado right away. So let's see what we've unlocked so far. We've unlocked Tornado, and anything over here that's new? No. And we've done that one, and we have not done Chakram Cutter. Okay, so the Tier 2 upgrades for the weapons also have their own challenges, which I guess is probably how the challenges will scale up over the course of the game as you unlock more of the blueprints. That as you do some of the ability crafting, you'll get access to some of the more advanced content. 30 seconds across Spike Road, let's do it. Okay. Okay, we need to be careful where we stand at the end of a certain movement. And like I said, there is a bit of a wind down time, even when you do let go of the button, so we need to be fairly careful about that. We are a little bit behind, I think. This was 37 seconds that time, and that's going to be pretty imperfect, but that's okay. We're kind of learning these as we go, and we can't always get them on the first try. So yeah, every ability in the game has a discoverable Tier 2 upgrade. I think some of them may have multiple upgrades. We've seen very few of them so far. We have to go back to town to unlock the one for Needle. Okay. I feel like this area here was actually skippable. We should have just gone across and cut around. So we should actually be looking for shortcuts like that. Whoops. I have a habit of holding the button into Tornado when it should actually be tap, and then you do a second tap to let go. So from a controls perspective, we should be thinking about that. That we tap to enter and tap to exit. Whoops. So yeah, that was a mistake because we didn't do precisely what I just said, which is tap to enter and exit. You can actually skip quite a bit. And given that we only need to shave 6 seconds... Yeah, because, like, why don't we just cut corners, right? Like, you can just cut every corner you want. Okay, I wonder why I'm not taking off as much as I would like to. Yeah, we really do need to have a bit of a run into the initial takeoff. I was going too fast to cut corners that time in the place I wished. So, despite the huge mistakes earlier, we already had a huge time saving, so we are on the right track in terms of the approach. Partly it's just an accuracy issue on my end. Alright, let's do it. Yeah, and just cut straight across. We can do it here too. And then over here, we'll just burst over. Oh, there's an elevation loss there. I didn't realize that. So maybe we can't do that one. But the early shortcuts will be plenty to work with. Like, that's already going to save a ton of time right there, so... As is that, we just need to make it across. Okay, that's the issue. Yeah, that should have been doable if we didn't make the mistake at the end. I sort of accidentally got into a float when I hit a fence, and so we'll repair that. We're getting close. Where we're making gigantic blunders and still getting within 1 or 2 seconds. But yeah, clearly the first diagonal is the way to go. Getting out of the tornado... Oh, we didn't even read the tip about Hyper Tornado, which is double tap. Except that's not helpful here. Yeah, I have been too busy playing this to actually read the tips. I guess the point of Hyper Tornado is to kind of stall in a certain location. Can we actually do this? So I think the reason we had the elevation loss was because I bumped into the fence. So we should be able to do that shortcut. Whoops. Yeah, I'm trying to look at the Hyper Tornado tip at the same time, and doing so is not conducive to actually playing accurately. Okay. Taking a hit there was not great, but nor was that. Yeah, you can totally cut across. You just need to not be as hideously inaccurate as I've been so far. And look at that, we've got plenty of time to spare. Even with all the hits we took along the way. Okay, let's do Chakram next. Target time is going to be 1. So yeah, Chakram looks like it's going to have quite a bit of depth to it. In terms of where I'm standing, so Yeah, so you do need to stand pretty close to hit that right along the edge. And do I want to spam or do I want to... Yeah, you want a pretty quick simultaneous hit, so we need to figure out where to stand. Probably right here. And then they swing back, so like right in the center of the platform, pretty much. There we go. Sound is gone. Yeah, we will fix it at the end of this one, because this is clearly not going to be... I was just thinking that the sound had been so cooperative all stream. Let's fix it now, because we'll reset anyway. Just a moment. Okay, thanks for your patience. Hopefully that stays operational. Yeah, like I was saying, I think I might have been muted when I was trying to say this, but we did have massive sound problems with the stream yesterday, to the point that I had to restart the whole broadcast. But today has been much more cooperative. Whoa, this will be interesting. Let's see. We don't want to do that. We want a return on this side and a return on that side, right? So, and they stay down enough that we just need to go left and then right, like that. Okay. Yeah, that guy will just hop over. And then I think we just spam in a certain location and that will sort itself out. Okay. 55, wow. Yeah, like I said, this is going to have a fair bit of depth, I think, when it comes to actually trying to make the timer. We will want to get the kills, because otherwise things will be a bit of a nightmare to manage. But I think we just need to fire straight, like double tap into each of these individual switches. 30 seconds remaining. And no, we just skip these guys. So yeah, there will be a lot of room for improvement on this one. We'll see about that, because it's a lot of positioning, it's a lot of understanding that we're going to be doing a double tap to do a lot of those curves that we want to get in terms of having the symmetrical return path. So yeah, we'll be double tapping into the symmetrical return paths at various moments, and that should sort things out. Yep, there we go. And we'll just skip things like that. And that'll be reasonably quick. So. Okay, good. Okay. Nope. That was a bit of a disaster. It was pretty good early on, though. I feel like we are on track. And just need to be pretty good about aiming the analog stick, which is not something I necessarily do precisely. Whoops. It's okay. Enough time remaining on that one that we were able to fix that up. Nope, hang on. Oh, these guys track me too. That's bad news. Oh, yeah, we need to stand on this, but I don't know why I thought I'd go forward. 20 seconds remaining. Okay. We'll take out as much as we can. Double tap whenever possible. 7 seconds remaining, so despite huge mistakes, we have a huge gain here. We're actually just going to be slightly behind. So yeah, this is easily doable, I think, given how close we were, even with disasters everywhere. Within 5 seconds, in fact. So I do have the right approach, we just need to sort out some accuracy issues and remember to clear enemies where that would be worthwhile. Okay. And then we can kind of jump into the abyss as we activate switches as well. Okay. Nope. This is going to be a problem. 120 on this one. That's similar to how we did previously, I think. So. We'll be a little bit behind, I think. 3 seconds. Okay, just 2 more seconds of improvement remaining. We can definitely do it. Once you understand the approach, this has actually turned out to be one of the easier benchmarks, I think. Just lots of room for things to go wrong, just given the flexibility of the chakram cutter mechanic. Yeah, in some cases we're spending a bit too much time fighting. Okay, wait for the next cycle. That's still going to be a pretty huge gain in time, so... Okay. Oops. And what are we missing this guy? And oh, we missed one over here, okay. A couple of accuracy issues in this room. We were fine until that room, actually, for the most part. And then things fell apart. Okay. Yeah, we do want to take out some enemies as we go. Nope. $125 in this one, that's gonna be better. Okay, let's not be too spammy about this, let's be strategic. Double tap. Double tap. Double tap, just need to read the open positions. Then 9 seconds for this section here, we should be fine. Plenty of time to spare. Okay. Chakram is done. We haven't upgraded Needle yet, and once we do, perhaps that will unlock something else. I don't know how this game will notify me about that, but let's go on to Fast Flowing Waterworks. Clear stage, saved at ease. Let's see what else we can get done. Alright. Yeah, we're still on Tornado. I kind of want to see if there's anything else. No. And Tornado remains amazing. Naturally, we're going to swap around and check everything here. Oh, it looks like Tornado just allows you to speed through, so I do want to check if we missed anything along the way over. This is something. Okay. And Donkeyman, welcome. Thank you so much for the resubscription. Really been enjoying all of the maker content you've continued to supply to the stream as well. And here we go. Yeah, Sword feels the safest and most conventional of the powers we've seen so far, so I'd rather stay on Tornado, but let's knock out the dog. No achievement for it this time, but that's because there isn't much redundancy between achievements over the various levels we've seen. This might be something? I don't know. It is not. Okay. Let's grab this. Whoops, should have remembered to actually destroy that. There will be some kind of achievement in this section, I'm sure, but... Oh, there we go. The D number 1 out of 5. We haven't seen a level with 5 before, so... plenty of exploration to be done. Oops. Taking way too many hits and losing our precious Tornado here. Now what is this? Eat 3 tins of fish. Wow. Kirby is certainly diversifying the diet. Yeah, you got this game today, and exactly. Well, I was saying since the very beginning that the stage structure is similar to 3D World, but Odyssey was kind of a Kirby game to begin with, so naturally the thing to do was to find a middle ground between the two. And it is, I think, really something that has paid off so far. I mean, it is very much, you know, as I was saying earlier to stream, like going from 2D Mario to 3D World. But the fact that it is so centered around the flexibility, all the copy abilities, is what kind of completes that similarity to Odyssey as well. I've been very happy with it from what I've played. We're still on World 2 currently. I don't know if you're past me already, but I've been pretty thorough so far about trying to do 100% of everything that I've seen. I'm sure there's going to be some kind of achievement for doing this room cleanly, or doing it quickly, perhaps. We'll see. Haven't really seen too many arena fights like this one, so... That unlocks a treasure. But we'll do this first. Just in case any tins of fish are still lying around. You have kids who play games with you and you really appreciate the co-op? Yeah, I was actually wondering about the co-op, whether the Bandana Ds are able to use copy abilities alongside you or not. Because I was not clear on that at all, given that you are playing as Bandana D rather than as differently colored Kirbys. You got a Chain Bomb Blueprint. Now you can evolve the bomb ability, which is great because I think Chain Bomb we did see in the demo, because in the demo you could try out some of the upgraded abilities as you went. They don't, yeah. I mean, positionally though, I think it's still pretty satisfying too. be able to run around. And even compared to many other Nintendo co-op experiences, that's still a more active role than what you can often play. I mean, I don't know how the positional mechanics work in terms of keeping people on pace with the leader, but Nintendo's come up with so many solutions to that in the past. Yeah, I don't particularly prefer to use ice here. Tornado is just too much fun, so let's just pick this up. I still haven't seen any tins of fish lately. And okay. Looks like we need to squash the stairs here. Like I was saying much earlier, the stairs challenge is probably the most satisfying one we've seen so far. In that the speed path was kind of like speed puzzling in a way. And yeah, as we were saying earlier about stages having to accommodate pretty much every ability in the game, it's something you really see in action with the Tornado in particular, since there are just so many little things you can skip. We do want ice, actually, now that I look at it. We should have, perhaps, retained ice in a previous section. Unless there is another Frosty here that we can take that from. Yeah, I may need to reconsider grabbing ice. And yes, Frosty does respawn here. This game is very good about, as I said, always making an ability available if you do in fact require it. Which is not going to happen all that often. But yeah, there isn't much in the way of, you know, tricking you out with locks and keys. Alright, let's smack that with a staircase once again. And it looks like we do have to press multiple buttons at once, and that's part of what's going on here, but we'll take this out with ice. And we got something in the back. Whoops, let's not hit that. That is going to be a fish. We have discovered that with these X out of Y challenges that we do need to do them all in one go for them to count, so it is important to remember some of these locations as we go along in case we missed them. Okay, it looks like we just need stairs to hit that single switch there, and we'll be fine for opening that up. And that's docking multiple pieces there is going to open up a second cage beyond that as well. That will get us to the Waddle Dee. Looks like the idea here will be to move the other staircase down here. And we can do that. Anyway, Frosty is available for me to knock things around a bit. Let's check here first to see if there's anything interesting. Probably not. Let's just drop this on the switch we saw earlier. What are staircases for, anyway, if not that? Also... yeah, no, those guys are never anything. They always look like they're supposed to be drills in there. Totally not. We missed a D already. Given that these are number 4 and 5, so... We'll need to scan an earlier section, possibly on a replay. But we can also go back and check quickly. It seemed like there was a fairly large chunk of this level that we didn't find any secrets on, though, so maybe worth checking where else the stairs can go in this section. Well, yeah. No, we are locked to this area, so that's okay. We'll just replay the stage afterwards. I did speed through a bunch of things with the tornado earlier, so perhaps not as attentive to detail as we would like to be. Shall we switch to bomb? I think we may as well. We don't have a chain bomb currently, but... Oh, whoops. Never mind. We killed it. Yeah, I guess the implication was that having found a chain bomb treasure at this point, that the level is inviting you to use it on the assumption that you've already gone back to town for the upgrade. But we'll decide to go with Chakram again instead. Now, where is that taking me? Over here, okay. Let's circle around here once more just to see if we missed anything on this end. That totally looks like something, yeah. Except we can't quite reach it. Yeah, never mind, we'll just skip it. Anyway, here's the whirlpool. That's going to get me Needle by the looks of it, so let's... Oh no, that's not Needle, that's just replenishment. I don't know why I thought that was Needle, it wasn't even in a bubble. Whoops, let's pick that up as well. Yeah, because I guess that would have been time limited, otherwise the tin of fish would disappear down a whirlpool. Anyway, here's sword. Sword would have been more efficient for this guy, perhaps. But we'll go up the steps on the right side before we push any buttons. Okay, that's interesting. That's D number 5, so... Just missing D number 2 at the moment. And we'll open a gate. I'm sure there will be some reason why we want to maintain a high position there. Well, let's see it. And we'll just go up and then go gently back down in case we see anything interesting. Nope, guess not. Alright, let's just go to the flow. Nice zone transition here. That's going to spit me out, but of course we are going to scan around for anything else because we are missing 2 entire objectives. One of them might be tied to the search for Waddle Dee number 2, but we'll go back and take a look. Win the battle without falling into the water. So, okay, it's not damage based, it is based on water. I feel like for those purposes, we want to keep Chakram. Conemouth Kirby. So yeah, we'll go back to that arena battle. We have plenty of reasons to just replay this in general. Yeah, so the order of events is that we will afterwards try to clear World 2 to 100%, and we will go back to town and get some upgrades, and then we'll see how we're doing for time, because I've been trying to run this with frequent but shorter streams to do 1 world per sitting. At least so far, that's just kind of come about by accident. and coincidence. This is totally going to be Wispy Woods, by the way. It's a tree in a Kirby game. There's nothing else that such a boss is going to be. We will, of course, be also doing the Volcano Fire as well, and possibly the Bomb and Needle upgrades will open things up. But at this point, you're kind of expected to have Volcano Fire and Chakram Cutter anyway, given that those were given to you for free. But let's do this first. Yeah, I think Chakram is going to be by far the best choice here. Oh, notice that there's a sword all the way down here as well. Oh, that's just allowing you to skip down there, I guess. Ah, look at that. That is probably not accessible. That just looks like ceiling. Lantis, as a solo player, I can't actually switch to Bandana D, but it's the thought that counts. I should actually, Lantis, make that redeemable for picking copy abilities, now that you mention it. So yeah, unless I am hunting achievements, of course. Like if you really are at a junction where you want to request a specific copy ability, we can see what we can do to accommodate that. So this whole segment here, I guess this was Waddle Dee number 1 through one of the rings, so we've seen that already. So we'll be on the lookout for Waddle Dee number 2 directly after that. I feel like one of the remaining achievements might have to do with being able to accurately pass through every ring or something like that. But we'll finish the stage and we'll just redo that if that gets revealed as such. Also, I don't know if the ordering of the optional achievements particularly matters in terms of where they're going to appear in sequence. That seems to be an important thing to keep track of. So yeah, we are going to be on the lookout for D number 2 somewhere here, and it is not going to be here. However, yeah, this is just where we came in. Alright, let's go up. Now let's see. I suspect that Model D number 2 is going to be somewhere in this area if we, for example, traverse back up to the pipes, but because I believe the group fight is after this, and then oh no, the group fight is right here. So we have to stay on board, and that's why I kept a chakram. Did I touch the water? I actually can't tell. We'll find out at the end of this fight, in fact, whether the achievement has registered, because it will tell me right away. Electro Dude. Electro Dude, you told me that yesterday you had already gone past World 2, so this will be familiar to you. Oh, also, this is going to be a problem. Hitting these guys. Nope. Yeah, we dipped into the water. That's a failure already. That's okay. We'll stay on this attempt because we still need to... yeah, so Chakram's not going to work because I need to hit these guys. I need something that will dump on them. Like, Volcano Fire would work. I need to think about which ability I need to use here then, because hitting those guys will be a problem. Yeah, everything else is perfectly reachable. But the chakrams are not going to be able to go low. Crunched the final boss yesterday already, wow. I mean, I guess you have been binging this, so... Well, congratulations. Don't tell me how long the game is. We'll find out it the hard way. But So far, of course, I have been taking my time just doing 100% in each world if I can. Okay, so that was a disaster. It didn't get me what I wanted, but we'll keep in mind which power we want to pick up. I think I just want to keep Bomb, and if I pick up Bomb later in this level and keep it, that will likely be the best choice. And yeah, so far still scanning around for... Yeah, let's go up the pipes actually, because I can't go up the pipes, never mind. Because we are still missing D number 2 here. And did we hit this before? Oh, here's the bomb that we might not have tapped previously, or... Yes, okay, that's new. That's new. No 64, you've got to go. Yep, thanks for dropping by. Hope you enjoyed what you saw. Ah, okay, we get the big ring again. The one ring. I'm guessing there will be some achievement to do this cleanly without getting hit. Or guessing correctly every time or something. Ah, yes, no, because it previews where everything is placed, so... I would bet that the remaining achievement is to do that on one try. Where you just have to read it accurately when it shows you where the pathways are going to be. Given that, we should scout. So yeah, it was left, middle. Yeah, so it's going to be left here. And right, left, middle. Yeah. So we'll do that. I mean, we'll reveal the achievement at the end of this segment anyway, so. It isn't quite pick a path. It did technically give me the preview. But I get the idea. Unfortunately, the narrow door specifically prevents taking a ring. Anyway, we've already kind of blown the achievement we saw earlier, so let's just try to obtain an appropriate item for doing the arena fight. I was going to say it's not going to be ice, but it might be ice if you kick something frozen down below, perhaps. Ideally, though, I would take Bomb. Or we'll just go back to town and grab Volcano Fire, who knows. Because either Bomb or Volcano Fire would allow me to hit something below. But Bomb is available here, so we'll take it. And we'll just keep Bomb to the end of this level and re-enter on the other side. Let's follow the current. And as I always say, one of the trademarks of a good Nintendo platformer is that it plays smoothly when it's fast and it plays smoothly when it's slow. Or it plays well and is fun. Fun when it's fast, fun when it's slow. That's something that's, I think, a very much a trademark. Are we going to lose the Bomb? No, we're not. Okay, good. Yeah. Yeah, bomb is easily the right choice for the water fight achievement. Oh, whoops. Speaking of which, let's get it back. And yeah, we're pretty low on health, but that can be fixed. I remember that Super Mario Odyssey system of having the death penalty not be in lives, but in coin collection to be something that was kind of novel to that game at the time, at least among Nintendo's big official releases. And it works in that game because you do have the cash shop for costumes and so on. There is an incentive to stay loaded on cash. And here it's similar with the copy abilities and blueprints having presented themselves here as a cash dump. Find a golden fish. That's not at all what I expected. We are going to have to look carefully for that. Yeah, sometimes you just need to notice things that are out of place to get some of those achievements blind, and we've done it with a few of them, certainly not all, but anyway, let's try the bomb strategy on the battle. Shiny magic carp, exactly. Oh, yeah, we'll just scan carefully. So there's a... That's not a fish. Never mind. Oh, also notice how you can kind of outpace the bomb, and the bomb just kind of sails with you. That's very cute. Because you can just do this. And we'd better get some health along the way, because we've been neglecting that. And yeah, it's a fish. We'll be keeping an eye out for it. I don't see anything like it so far, though. Maybe much later in those open water sections that are near the end of the level. Okay. Yeah, no, bomb is absolutely correct for this, I think. As long as we don't get knocked down. Because holding into the bomb allows you to track these enemies. Anyway, let's hold into it. There we go. Then roll into some of these. In general, as long as we stay on the bridge, we should be fine. Yeah, while this will depend on specific copy abilities to do cleanly, it's certainly not restricted to the bomb. I think Volcano Fire would have done that just fine if we wanted to take it with us. Some abilities definitely can't do it, but at least you still kind of have a choice with many different strategic options that remain available. So now let's just keep an eye out for the golden fish. I don't think it was in that other segment, but we should check it just to be meticulous. So, it looks like it was not a pick-a-path after all. Alright, let's get back in here. And take a mouthful, and we'll explore some of the paths that we didn't see, in fact, because some of the dead ends might have the golden fish as well. So we should actually take some of the incorrect paths. It would be strange, though. Normally, as we saw with the kind of path maze in the mall in World 1, It isn't the kind of game that will reward you for the incorrect paths. It will specifically reward the correct one and only the correct one, at least in the mall example. And so, in the case where you have the branching paths available, we should maybe assume that the game doesn't want you to fail the timer and isn't going to be designed in a way that encourages that behavior. Here's the golden banana, which is not a fish. Glad we've clarified that. So yeah, we'll be swimming around in the other open sections then, and looking for the fish over there. Do you get any bonuses if you complete a level really fast? The standard levels, no, it doesn't appear so. There have been some achievements like beating a boss quickly, and there have been the copyability challenge levels that each have their own time benchmark. So in terms of doing things quickly, that seems to be the main thing that the level wants you to do, and that's the golden fish right there. That's the main thing the game wants you to do, is to think about speed for levels with specific copy abilities, but take your time to explore with the standard ones. But like I said, some of the achievements are pretty level specific, and so things like the boss that we saw in World 1, for instance, does have a time achievement attached to it. So yeah, Electrodude has played a lot more of this game than I have, and he says it depends, and we can trust him on that. Okay, we've got everything we need, we just need to finish the stage now, I think. Yeah, because we have everything. Good. And then we'll tap the switch. And forward we go. We have the blueprint for the bomb upgrade, but we'll cash things in at the end of World 2, I think, because we have this and when we have the boss. And that's all that remains for now. Okay, let's move on. And here we are. Okay, that's a clear. When I play platformers like this, how many hours do I expect I should have at least? So, Terminator, my answer to that is that with a lot of these Nintendo platformers in general... one moment. With a lot of these Nintendo platformers, what you notice about them is that they have very little downtime. You don't have a lot of time doing cutscenes or other padding, and you just very efficiently go from each stage to the next. And so, something like 12 hours put into one of the Mario games, for instance, still feels like it's, say, 20 hours worth of content in some other video game. Like, you tend to get through things very efficiently and time just flies by. So I don't tend to be very concerned about how many hours. The last Kirby game, Star Allies, I felt was a bit content short, and that the main campaign was on the order of something like 8 hours or so to get to 100%. But then that game was different in that the structure was very much about the post-game challenges rather than the main experience. So it was a little bit short on content level-wise. If I think about some of the other ones I've played, like the recent Yoshi games or Donkey Kong games, etc., I think I generally put in a solid 20 to 30 on a first run with many of them, just taking my time and exploring. It really depends, because the pacing of this genre tends to be much crisper than most other games tend to be. So, I don't worry about the clock too much. I'm not a dollars per hour person. Okay, let's try the volcano. Okay, so we light up the lanterns here with the ranged volcano throw. I don't know if there's... Yeah, obviously, if we're going for the advanced time, we'll want to be doing the burst. And we'll need to not miss the target there so often. This is going to work very similarly to some of the other challenges we've seen already, I think, with aiming the chakrams in the previous one we saw, for instance. Notice that the cannonballs, when they are hit, they do block the projectile. Okay, here we are. And here, this is all about dodging this. Okay, so we're way off the required time, but of course we're just learning this. Only 18 seconds off, in fact. We can probably do it. Terminator, in terms of potential to be like Mario Maker, I don't know about that. Because, as somebody said earlier in the stream, the thing about the Kirby games is like designing many, many different platformers at once because of the diversity of the movesets available to you at any given time. If they eventually put in something like an Odyssey theme into a future Mario Maker, you could do something very similar, I suppose. I do need to take a quick break. We will be continuing. But I will be off for a few minutes. The stream will remain running. We'll come back to this. And yeah, so the thing that remains in this world is that we will be doing the timed challenge for this. We'll be doing the boss and all associated challenges, and we'll probably hang around town. So that will be the agenda for where to continue from here. But give me a few minutes and I will be back. But we'll try to proceed from here. Okay, so like I said, we have a couple of things remaining on the agenda. We've got the volcano fire treasure to take care of. We've got the boss of this section. And that seems to be all that remains for now, although we don't know how much more of the challenges we'll be unlocking as we go, so let's see. And yeah, Terminator, in the event that I actually did get swatted or something, calling more police might not actually be the solution, but I appreciate the concern. Now, this is why, even for viewer levels, I try not to continue too far past the 3 or 4 hour mark. Sometimes things come up in the middle of the night. I stream when I am on call for some other responsibilities, so... And yeah, the aesthetics of this game are really quite lovely. I'm quite happy with it so far. In that the background art really doesn't look like anything else. It is distinctively Kirby. But at the same time, there's this real clarity to the color scheme. Anyway, once again, sorry for the huge interruption earlier. Sometimes things do come up. We'll try to salvage what we can, and I'm hoping to reward you folks for your patience by actually playing through the rest of what we have scheduled. But yeah, it has a lot of the same kind of clarity to the textures and the particle effects that makes Mario work as well. It is, I think, strongly reminiscent of that translation to 3D world, and more than just the platforming. But yeah, even if you just look at the volcano head here on Volcano Fire, that's something that is really quite gorgeous. Okay, so we're still about 10 seconds off, still lots to do to try to make this work. I haven't really been using the fire dash effect here. And yes, indeed, I would have gotten away with it if it were not for all kinds of external factors. Scooby-Doo related or not. So yeah, we have not really been using the dash, and I feel like using the dash effectively will save 9 seconds by itself. We need to be a little better about being on target for the fire, of course, but like you can anticipate the platforms like this, for instance, and whoops. And we'll just try to refine a few spots like that to find shortcuts, and we should be back in no time. And yeah, I partly took a strategic break because I thought this might require some time, judging by how we did initially, so we'll hopefully grind it out. I've been very inaccurate with this one here. It's not really locked to 8 directions like Super Mario 3D World is. I think it is fully analog when it comes to throwing, so even just small inaccuracies with the diagonal throw do lead to big problems. And while that does raise the skill cap considerably, in terms of having to have just a very precise aim, aiming in 3D is not really my strength. So yeah, this will be over time, but not that severely, actually. We're still kind of within range of our previous record. We're close to it. You don't think you needed a fire dash here? Yeah. It seems like accuracy by itself is going to do quite a lot of work. No. Like I said, accuracy, we can't just miss that with every shot. And okay, we need to be careful not to accidentally dash when I mean to throw, though. We do need to throw from a stationary position. Yeah, one of the things that makes Kirby something with a fairly high skill cap is that you just have these incredibly diverse movesets where a wrong input can just mean the wrong move entirely. So you need to be pretty exact with what you're trying to do. As you can see, we're missing everything here. Absolutely everything. You found it much easier to hit them diagonally? Yeah, we're trying to do it. Given that I'm not really aiming my position as cleanly as I would like. And then I think that's because there is a little bit of an offset in the camera when it comes to trying to fire straight on, so you know, you might expect that you just need points in one of the you might expect to point one of the cardinal directions, but that actually throws you off slightly if the camera is off balance. So it seems like this attempt, if I were accurate in this last section, we actually would have made it. Yeah, we lost several seconds there at the very end, and we were still within 3 seconds, so actually this feels quite doable. Doesn't feel tight at all. Let's try it again. Alright, let's go. Actually got one of them on the first try at least. Yeah, that's a bit of a mess. I do need to find a more specific order for that one. And in general, just, you know, actually hit the target. That would be quite helpful. Okay, we are missing everything here. And yeah, no, we are doing a couple of accidental dashes just from leaning in too hard to some of those aerials. Let's see how we do. One moment. Yeah, because sometimes I'm repositioning with jump, and then that's causing more disaster. Whoops. Yeah, because I'm expecting to fire, but I haven't landed yet at that stage, and that is throwing me off slightly. Does the game have any motion controls mechanics? Not that I know of. There's no setting for it, and the natural places where you would want to have motion controls, like the glider form that we saw earlier in this stream, I did not have them. And I was surprised about it. We did have a bit of a conversation about motion controls much earlier, before you came in. Because I did note that I would have liked to see them here. It is surprising to me that things like the glider don't have them. Or the free aim with the ranger, for that matter. Okay. "17 seconds here. We have actually plenty of time in this section. I just need to be a little more accurate. We might even make it. And indeed, we will. Okay, that actually went down fairly smoothly. Alright, so let's do the equivalent of Wispy Woods, whatever is denoted here as the Tropical Terror. And we have... let's see, this says 40 out of 47 in terms of the Waddle Dees. This only accounts for... oh, I guess there are the 3 at the end, because you get 3 for clearing the stage, right? So yeah, that will be total completion on this world if we do it. That's a good point, Electric Dude, that if the glider had them, it would be the same as Galaxy 2. I don't think that's necessarily a problem, but... especially with Galaxy 2 not being very accessible these days to new players. Let's load up on health, and let's proceed. Okay, so we have Chakram, we have Volcano, we have Needle. We are expected to have a Needle upgrade at this point. I actually want to stay on Bomb for the first attempt. If it doesn't work out, we will try Volcano, probably. Although maybe there will be an achievement that is specific to a certain form. And so, Unfriendly Fronds, Tropic Woods. So yeah, this will be our first sign of the 3D Wispy Woods equivalent. I bet there is a no damage achievement. Whoops. If I want to speedrun boss, Volcano is the way. Yeah, it looks like it. Just from that 2 or 3 star damage number. And also just the flexibility of the positioning too. We did get the bomb upgrade blueprint, I just haven't cashed in on it yet. Okay, I need to be a little better about dodging and getting out of position if we do see something coming. We don't really need to get into melee range if I can just roll the bombs into him. Looks like we'll have another phase here. Oops. Or at least a new series of projectiles to deal with. Safety of Man, welcome. It's been a while. And yeah, Electric Dude got to the final boss earlier today, from what he tells me. He's a big Kirby aficionado. Okay. Yeah, occasionally I'm just taking too long to get into a jump after I've done an attack pattern. Yeah, we should definitely do Volcano, actually, because Volcano can fire forward while I'm in a stationary position. So I don't have the issue I have with a bomb roll where I nudge myself forward as we go. We'll definitely go Volcano for the next attempt. Yeah, I'm guessing there will be a no damage achievement or a time achievement. Yeah, Safety of Man, if your messages weren't getting through earlier, whoops. I did have to take a pretty big interruption earlier, so... we're going to ignore the tip here. Chakra might be good here too, actually, given that I can stay at range. In case there's any concern, I wasn't actually swatted. I don't think. But you'll never know. So yeah, Terminator, the police check you called in earlier seems to have arrived. It took me a moment to explain, but when they saw your name in chat, everything was cleared up very quickly. Okay, so much for no damage achievement. This is a really interesting take on Wispy. I'm quite fond of it. So I did take a bit of damage there, I think, but we'll see. That really was quick. And Volcano is great for positioning. I mean, I was still getting in pretty close for accuracy, but... Clear wood in 2 minutes? Yeah, we got that. And we'll upgrade everything later. If we can. But we'll do the achievement clear on the boss first. I forgot about the rapid fire Electrodude. And yeah, safety. I didn't notice the soul patch on the Volcano, but it's not on the Volcano rather, but on Wispy. Or in Tropic Woods, I guess. Destroy the roots. Yeah, we can do that. I feel like staying on Volcano to set things on fire is probably a good idea for that. Oh, yeah, Terminator, sorry about that. You had a message that was just picked up as a link by mistake. But you're saying that you really enjoy seeing me play this. Yeah, I've been enjoying playing it, so... The feeling is mutual. Because of a dot in there. Waddle D liveries. We actually have a few codes due to the demo, but we'll deal with that later. I do want to go back to the boss first. Although maybe we'll do the upgrades first so we can play around with Needle or something. And yeah, Electrodude has a special exemption there, so that didn't run into trouble. So we've got the house, we've got the cafe. We've got a bit of everything. Oh, okay, so this is how the traditional Kirby mini-games unlock. Rather than being accessible through a menu screen, you get them through the town. So. And, yeah, so. Let's see what we can do here. I don't know if no damage is one of the achievements. I suspect it might be, but we'll see. I never played Bomberman Hero on N64, so that's an interesting comparison. As far as the N64 goes, it actually did make me think a bit of Rayman 2, or at least what I vaguely remember of Rayman 2 from 2 decades ago. Wise Waddle Dee has arrived in town. Yeah, we'll eventually do that, but let's proceed first. Let's do the upgrades, and then we'll go back for more on the boss. New stock. And yeah, we got Crash earlier. We're really filling this out. Tornado's wonderful, as always. And we're only on World 2, so there's lots more of this stuff to come. Terminator, do I think games on the Switch like this would look dated in 20 years? No, I don't think so. I think even... The last big jump was from going from low resolution into HD. I think most of the things that have come out in the HD era, particularly from Nintendo, are going to last for a very long time. I mean, if you look at something like Mario Kart 8, right? Like that's been around for 8 years. It really looks like it came out yesterday. many of the things on a Wii U, like Yoshi's Woolly World, for instance, they still look fantastic. I think many things will not look particularly aged. I mean, they'll definitely look like they belong to their generation, but they are all games where I think the technology was sufficiently advanced for the artists to achieve precisely what they envisioned. I don't think they feel like they're falling short by having rough textures or a low frame rate or anything. I think we're seeing the artwork they wanted us to see, and that's the big jump that was kind of completed by getting everything into HD. Because, you know, things are going to look good enough for the foreseeable future, even as games become far more advanced. Last time you joined me, I was making my way through Star Road in 3D World. Yeah, that was last spring. That's been a while ago. And yeah, I'm also somebody who kind of prefers 3D World to Odyssey in some ways as a pure platforming experience. Oh, yeah, you're talking about Champions Road. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, let's see about these abilities. We have Clutter Needle, we have the other two that I didn't pay too much attention to. Also, yeah, I mean, we're not going to take Crash into the boss fight. It just means we have to do the rest in regular form. But let's upgrade everything. Let's upgrade Ranger. Noble Ranger gives you super rapid fire. Let's take it. What old school games do I think age the best? Well, it depends on how far back you want to go. I mean, you know, even SMB1 is still timeless. The only thing that really kind of feels dated about it, apart from the occasional glitchiness, is the fact that you can't run left. But once you get into like SMB3 and Super Mario World, those feel kind of permanently fine the way they are, almost. Almost, I would say. Anyway, Noble Ranger is gonna have a feather in his cap. So yeah, this is the targeting that we were talking about before, in that there are no motion controls in this game, but this was the bit that kind of reminded me of Yoshi's Crafted World, with kind of mapping a 2D targeting circle onto a 3D space. Anyway, the standard shot is pretty similar, except you kind of have a rapid fire from it, so... Yeah, and you kind of have dual pistols here. Good practice for Bayonetta 3, like so many things in this game. So here's an interesting fact. The Wise Waddle Dee is basically Callie in Splatoon 2 for online statistics. Also, my audio is dead. Just one moment. We've had so many interruptions to stream, and this was really unfortunate, but let's get it back online. Yeah, Electrodude, I actually forgot that Callie in Splatoon 2 gave you those additional statistics, because it's been so long since I played it. But we'll see. I know there were some usage statistics for the popularity of certain items and so on, because I did enable the online features when starting my save. Chain Bomb. Yeah, we've seen Chain Bomb before in the demo. It is a lot of fun. And it's going to be also, I think, quite interesting to see when we get into the challenges. Anyway, Chain Bomb. And so yeah, you can kind of set this up, and the chains are quite big, in fact, up until collision that activates them. And then, as with the regular bomb throws, you can kind of position them by stopping and doing a drop in a stationary position. We'll play around with it at some point. I don't know if I want to do it on the boss necessarily, but dare you say it's the bomb? It absolutely is. Okay. Gotta be careful with puns like that, though. They might blow up in your face. Now, I have no idea what the clutter needle is going to be, so let's take a look. The clutter needle is a lot of debris, including a cactus. So I guess you fire all kinds of... Wow, okay. More like a Katamari needle. Oh, it's even got the... I'm looking at a rocket, and I'm thinking, okay, it's not quite the Pikmin rocket, but it does look similar. And yeah, you've got the bee, you've got a corkscrew, the tower, basically Swiss Army Kirby here. I don't know if it's just mostly a boon to the damage that you do. Let me take a look. As well as the rapid fire. Roll forward and release. Yeah, okay, I see. Because you drop all the projectiles around you. That makes sense. So, yeah, we'll take one of them into the boss. I am kind of tempted to do Clutter Needle, although we would need to get in pretty close. Which we were doing already anyway when Tropic Woods puts up the fence. Mr. Sandbag is in the next room. I feel like for the roots, though, we probably want to burn the roots with Volcano, but we can try Clutter Needle. And yeah, like I said, I have a couple of codes. I'm not going to do them now. We will come back to town after we finish the boss, and that will probably be all we have time for on this broadcast. So let's go to pop open World 3. We're not going yet. Wandaria remains. Okay, so it's going to be a desolate theme park. There is a bit of a Super Mario Sunshine feel to this, isn't there? As far as some of the environments go. Something about those dome explosions is what made you think of Bomberman Hero, I see. Yeah, like I said, I know almost nothing about that game, so... Let's clear the stage. And... let's see how we do. And yeah, stuff like the minigame and such we'll look at next time, probably. Yeah, we'll stay on Clutter. Electro Dude, you're saying that you can kind of spam this for speed? Also notice that the aerial spam allows you to kind of do a huge number of drops while you're in position. But yeah, the roll has a bit of momentum to it. Like if you go down slope, it goes quickly. You go up slope, it sort of slows down. So there are some physics to it that we should keep in mind. Of course, this is just a flat map here, so it won't be too much of a problem. Okay. Oh, whoops. So much for no hit. Yeah. We just need to watch his mouth pretty closely, I think. And then just spam a lot of projectiles on my way down, too, I think. In fact, we can jump And while we are in the air, spam clutter all over the place. So let's make sure we destroy the root system, since we're already not doing a no damage run or anything. It has to come out first, of course. Here's the root system. Okay. Oh, okay, you only need one end of it. You don't even need to do that very completely. Alright, let's tap him some more. Yeah, a little bit claustrophobic here, but we'll take it. Okay, and yeah, we should easily clear it this time. Alright. And the blueprint was already acquired, so not much to look at there. Clear without using a copy ability. Oh, I see. So that's what Electrodude was telling me earlier as doable with 12 seconds. Yeah, we can do that. I mean, we just need to spit a lot of stars. That would be very much kind of a classic Woods fight in some ways, just deflecting and returning projectiles as much as we can. And I would guess the last one is no damage, but we don't know that for a fact. Okay, let's do it. Let's get some health. That would be rather important. All right. Round 3. There we go. And we just nuke him this way. Yeah, just pure deflection. This actually takes off a ton of health. Okay. Whoops, got smacked. Wasn't watching that closely. Get away. Yeah, this bit here is fairly simple. Okay, that was maybe not the best bounce, but... Oops. Pretty interesting to do this fight copyless, in fact, which is why there is an achievement for it. Oops. It's a crazy bounce we're getting off the fences from time to time. Notice that the fences also block these projectiles when they're dropping on top. So this has been imperfect, but we'll do it. Whoops, bad idea. And that's okay. We'll get this in a moment. And see what the remaining objective is. Clear without using copy. Yep. Clear without taking any damage, I see. As expected. So let's think about what we'll want to use for that one. I feel like Chakram would be a really good choice. Volcano, of course, would allow me to speed through it, and if we're careful, perhaps that will work as well. And yes, indeed, the single tier. The trademark sadness. Alright, let's do it again. Grab the Maxim. And yeah, let's go Volcano. Yeah, the rapid fire charge shot Electro was reminding me of earlier. That's something we should actually look at. Also, notice I set that on fire. Whoops. So, mostly just dodging, watching the shadows, watching the mouth. We shouldn't have too much trouble, I would hope. Let's try it again. I don't know if it's faster to do it that way or to just... we don't want to take a death because of the 100 coin penalty, so let's just tap out. It's just 2 clicks back in. Not too much of an issue. Well, that ended quickly. And the Electro Dude, that is precisely what happened, yes. This Kirby game is really earning its rating. It reminds you of Breath of the Wild Hyrule Castle. Interesting. I don't know about that. I can kind of hear why, but it's not the first point of comparison I would have thought of. Nope. The range is a bit short in Volcano. Like, we would burn the tree pretty quickly, but I am going to have some positioning issues unless I really find a safe opening here. We're going to be taking no damage, but sure, let's take that anyway, just for the visual clarity of knowing when I have taken some. And yeah, Volcano's not working out, we'll do Chakram after this, or just go to town and switch to something else. And yeah, Electro Dude, you were already speculating that we would expect some Eldritch Horrors. I fully expect that. And look at that. He remains on fire. Just gets toasted. Oh. We got dunked. That was unexpected. I didn't really get a good look of that incoming shot there. I guess maybe we weren't watching the shadows all that accurately, but... let's get back in and try it. And once again, just to make the bar abundantly clear, even though I'm sure it will be obvious when I do take a hit. But yeah, I mean, it's a tree. Setting it on fire seems to be the right thing to do, so... we'll remain on Volcano. But yeah, the kind of persistent damage over time flame effect is definitely a case to remain on this item, on this ability. Yeah. Okay, let's get out of the way. And let's play it really safely. If I can. Okay, there we go. Nice big hit. And that's already half the bar down. That's very quick. Oh. Let's make sure we don't get hit by the fence here. Or the root system. And we'll just stay out of the way. There we go. Following the sound cues more than anything else for some of these attacks. So we don't run into too many issues. I like how the different abilities stack from the enemy here. That's you have these overlapping parts of the pattern. And that's a clear. You see, Electrodune, I'm thinking about all the existing mouthful abilities and which one would be the best fit for that. I mean, there was the ring, where you're basically just one big open circular mouth. So that's a GG on this one, and that is it for World 2. And yeah, Electrodune, we definitely noticed that with the damage over time effect as well, that we had a continuous combo. Anyway, we'll just timestamp that completion, and then let's go back to town, which is going to be the B button. And we'll probably just wind down from here. This is all I'll have time for today, but we'll hang out. We'll try the minigame next time, probably. But I do want to check out all these new structures that have come up. So we have a little residence here, for instance. Where, you know, you're going to lie in bed with a volcano on your head. That seems perfectly safe to me. Can you light the fire? Yes, you can. I don't know if that does anything. But maybe we should go outside and check. Read the book? Yeah, of course we will. Ah, interesting. So it's a past gallery. And it gives you music, too, like the theme music from each of these. So it just advertises the things that are distinct about each of the games. It just advertises them, really. And everything only goes back to 3DS and Wii U, so... I actually have played very few of these because I missed most of the 3DS content. I did play Rainbow Curse on Wii U. I did hear, as I was saying much earlier, that Planet Robobot was well worth it. And the music, some of the remixes, is that what you're saying? Yeah. I think what we'll do is when we sign off, we'll come back here and put on one of the music tracks as the outro. I'll have to remember to do that. Anyway, didn't we light this on fire? Oh, you can drop in. And drop in this way, okay. And, okay, so Scholar D. Why is Waddle D? After I landed here... Oh yes, this is the blueprint location guy and the stats guy. Let's see here. We haven't missed anything, okay. Good to know. Globally, the total count for objects inhaled is... Oh, I see, okay. Those comments are for millions. And yeah, Kirby's Adventure is always a real discovery to go back to. Especially when you think about how late in the life of the NES it was, and just what a progression there was in that system towards a game like that. And yeah, it's something that I think has aged beautifully. I haven't revisited that in some time myself, though. Sure, let's hear some more. Today's top trend is Volcano Fire. I can see why, especially with the pace that we're going at. That Volcano Fire just dealing all kinds of punishment. And yeah, 64 million Waddle Dees. I'm kind of wondering how high the numbers can theoretically go, you know, based on overflow. It'll be interesting to see just how high those stats go in the long run. Okay, this is what Electrodude was talking about earlier. It is now 9 seconds with normal. And yeah, you would pretty much have to nail every explosive and find some way to chain out of that as well. Who knows? Press L or R to guard and take less damage. Yep, we have been doing that with ZL. I didn't know about the damage component to it, but that's because we've mostly been using it just for things like sliding. Yeah, I never really think about the guard. And yeah, you were telling me the record was previously 12 seconds or so. I think it must be a similar method. If you wave at Waddle Dees... Okay, let's go high. They're ignoring me. They're mostly ignoring me. Okay, no, they're looking at me. Getting some attention. Yeah, we're not spending on the gacha yet until we collect more of the abilities, I think. So, we have the stats, we have the abilities, and there was this culinary game. I think that was pretty much all there was to it, unless... Let's see. Waddle Dee Cafe... Oh yeah, because previously you just had one item in the open. Stock items, we haven't done any of those yet. Because we haven't bought anything. Carmouth cake. Very fancy. You know somebody's already hard at work baking one of these in real life, I'm sure. Have to farm that Reddit karma that comes as a reward for something like that. And yeah, safety, we have been playing around with the movesets at every opportunity, so I did know about dodge roll. You made a few of the car cakes or a few coconuts? One of the two. So we'll see what this is all about. I do have a few codes handy already. I usually don't do online stuff like that too. maintain some sense of balance, but whatever, we're going to be amassing stock items anyhow, so. Anyway, I have 3 codes that we had previously obtained. 2 from the demo and 1 from the Switch announcements, so I'll just punch those in and let's see what happens. Hopefully nothing too imbalanced. Yeah, there was one for... I don't know if it's case sensitive, it might be. There's one for clearing the demo, one for doing the demo over again to play with all the advanced copy abilities. Uncaught Cursor, welcome. We are actually just about to log off. But I hope the music making has been treating you well. Let's see what this is. But yeah, I'm not playing any more stages today. I am just wrapping up this area here. Okay. What is this? 300 star coins. Okay, it's just coins, not a big deal. And yeah, Uncaught Cursor, we've been having a fantastic time with it so far. Sure, let's enter some more. I love how he pulls out his pen for that little scribble there. So yeah, New Adventure was the second demo code. Let's see what it does. Now, I wonder if I can stack some additional ones here. Let's... Oh, I see. No. You don't just get to amass things infinitely here. Oh, interesting that it would give you something like a rare stone, actually, because I thought that those would have been finite, given that they are tied to some pretty specific achievements in this game in terms of, you know, just filling out the challenges and also jumping on types of certain locations like the one that we found here in town. So interesting that they would just give you an additional one by way of the post. If you had a Maker 2 building contest, what is the most amount you could give to first place without looking like a scammer? I will have to look that up, actually. I know some people go kind of in the 20 to 100 range. There might have been more than that depending on genre and competitiveness. But I think denominations that are reducible to eShop codes tend to make sense. I know that's also music died again here in town. Let me just fix that up, even though we are quite near the end, since we do want to exit with some music. Yeah, I think the issue with that Uncaught Cursor is that past a certain point, because it is something that is subjectively judged, there comes a point when a reward is high enough that the fact that it is going to be something judged is, you know, going to lead to some amount of bitterness or suspicion. Not that it's a scam, but that things were rigged some other way in favor of some person or other. Like, I think that's the main issue with it, is that you don't want cash prizes to be too high for something that has that kind of subjective element of awarding to it. And yeah, Electritude, we're going to fix it quickly, even though I'm about to log off. We're really just typing in the last code here, and then we'll put on some outro music. And we'll continue with World 3 soon enough. And sure, let's see what's the Switch News code was going to do for me. This was just one that was in the announcement feed on the system itself. Not likely to be anything too special. It's the new adventure one that was a pretty hefty reward, given that was for doing 100% of the demo content. Oh wow, that's actually a big reward. So I guess rare stones are not really going to be that scarce. Or maybe they're mostly just going to be used as a bit of a boost for people who are not necessarily able to finish all of the challenges, but still want to access the abilities. So hopefully it doesn't throw off the overall balancing too much of going for 100%. These guys do not look bothered that I just stepped on their picnic pail. This guy, that's the cafe manager game, right? Let's see. Okay, so this looks like it is just going to be a minigame. We'll do it next time. Because I feel like I could really get absorbed in that. Or not. I mean, actually with past Kirby games, I often haven't spent too much time with the side games like that. So this is what happens with Bandana D for the higher tier copy abilities. So Bandana D can actually feel like a real hero and not just hang around. Also, did we ever check another location? I don't know if there's anything else we're going to be building here with rescued Waddle Dees either. They do unlock certain levels, and I'm sure that the requirement for 100% will eventually require level unlocks that are based on 100% Waddle Dees, but for now it seems like having all the buildings in place is all they're going to do for me here. So, what do you think Kirby's true moral alignment is? I mean, I think it's on brand for this stream for me to say that his D&D alignment would be chaotic neutral. But yeah, we're going to conclude here for today. And we're going to pick something as the outro music before I send you folks off to a raid. I was thinking Epic Yarn, because the piano theme for Epic Yarn has always been lovely to listen to. Yeah, Electrodude, that's a good point, that if Kirby is still treated as a child, technically, in a legal sense, there are limitations on what we consider him morally responsible for, right? Like, there are certain things that we can't really charge Kirby with criminally if he's, you know, slaughtering innocents in Dreamland or whatever, because we don't think of him as fully cognizant of his actions. But anyway, great hanging with all of you today, especially those of you who suffered through the massive interruption that we had earlier. Sorry about that. I'm just glad it didn't happen during viewer levels when we had people in queue. But hopefully we'll be able to mitigate that kind of thing. And with 2 worlds out of the way, we will hopefully stay on pace with kind of doing 100% world day by day. And in before Kirby mouthful modes the entire galaxy, you just know the mouthful mode is going to escalate as we get into some of the later content. So your weird questions are always welcome here. And if you want to continue talking contest rather, we can continue that afterwards. If you're putting something together and if you want some feedback on that. So Thanks so much for watching today. We'll send you on to somebody else. It will likely not be a Kirby stream because I'm avoiding spoilers myself, but we'll find somebody appropriate. So, cheers to all of you. Let's consider doing this every time too. That, like with the outro, we'll pick a different Kirby game to use as a send-off. Like I said, thanks for watching. Enjoy this game if you are still playing it or still working on it in some capacity. I've been having a blast. And we'll send you on in a moment. Thank you. Have a great weekend, and fare thee well.